Hi guys, I'm here with the sleepy bear.
Hello.
He got up from his nappy to come hang out with me. We're gonna be doing some Am I the Asshole stuff tonight because one of us at least loves assholes, and we have very different opinions on a lot of things. So I thought Shiro would be a very good person to do this with. Um, we can
Hi,
we can like
Mama.
warm up and just chat for a bit too if you want to keep talking about work stuff.
Um, no, that's nothing. It was just like a tough day, really. I mean,
Yeah,
especially working like 14 hours. It was hard. But, I just feel like in general, customer service is like that. Like holidays,
yeah.
you just kind of have to expect it. And it sucks that some people they don't get that. Did you do anything fun though for Father's Day? Anything special?
My parents were gone for most of the weekend, so I just hung out with Kiki and did my own thing.
No. Did your parents like go like on a trip or something to celebrate, or
They went
was
to
it
go
like
see
a
my dad's
business trip?
parents.
Oh, okay. You guys didn't want to go to see your grandparents?
Nah, I don't like going places.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Hi, Calc.
Oh my god, is that the hottie with the body?
It's Daddy Calc.
Oh my god, he is
Um,
daddy.
you'll find this funny because you don't know this. Mom does already, but since Calc's half of his brand is like being uh daddy, like a bunch of his straight friends sent him happy Father's Day messages. And I think Alex did too.
That's funny.
And I almost did. I thought about it, but I didn't do it.
That's so funny too because I have a Unite player in my community and he goes by Father Uzia. So I told everybody in the Discord, I was like, everybody message Uzi Happy Father's Day just because his name is Father on Discord.
I feel like that's a real gamble to like have that be in your name. That's just asking for constant daddy jokes.
But Cal, how was your day today? Did you have a nice Father's Day?
I think he actually just was seeing family just before that. I don't know if it was his dad though. I think it was his mom and sister.
Ah, I actually forgot to tell my dad Happy Father's Day because I had to go to work at 9. And then as I was working, my mom texted me, "Did you say Happy Father's Day to dad?" I was like, "Oh no, I forgot." But I was like, "I'm working now." And then I worked from 9 a.m. to midnight. And so by that time, it wasn't Father's
God,
Day anymore. So I was like, well, okay, I didn't work till midnight. I worked from 9 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., but I didn't get home until midnight. So it
that
was
counts.
tiring.
Travel time is like basically work time that you just don't get paid for.
Yeah, I guess so. It was tough. Like a lot of us were complaining, like, dude, our feet hurt. We were so thirsty. Like my manager didn't even let me drink water at one point because I was in the back drinking water from my water bottle. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Put that down. Go bring some plates outside." I was like, "Okay." So we all had to go carry some plates out.
I feel like that shouldn't be legal. Like,
Mm,
I get if you're like out literally doing a thing with the customer, you can't just like be like, "Hey, I'll be right back," and go take a drink of water. But in general, I feel like you can't just tell people, "Hey, don't drink," because like obviously people need to fucking hydrate.
I don't think he meant like don't drink. I think he meant like, can you stop doing that for like a second so you can go bring some plates out because we were running low on plates by like our buffet area. And when I came out, I was like, oh shit, it's like literally all almost gone. I was like, okay, okay, I get it. But yeah, no, it was just unfortunate timing because he was just looking for people who weren't doing anything. He's like, you need to start bringing some shit out. I was like, okay, but it was crazy. Anyways, let's talk about you.
I don't do anything. I'm not interesting. I'm just doing my same thing at work, dealing with the misery of Unreal Engine, which every day I'm still just like, how is this a real development engine that someone fucking made? Unity's
How is
so much
that?
better.
Is that something you guys are working on at work right now?
Our next project, or like our current project, our next thing that will be released, we're building in Unreal, which is new for everybody other than a couple people that we hired with Unreal experience. But it's just really dumb. Like, there's so many obvious things that they don't do, and I feel like that's decently normal for me as like a power user. There's usually like one or two things in a program where I'm like, you're idiots, look at this other similar program, they do this, and that's really nice, so why don't you? But with Unreal, it's just like, it's like all that. There's no features that they have. It's just all, why aren't you doing this?
I see.
So it sucks to work in, is the TLDR.
Yeah. Every job sucks to work in, unless you're passionate about it.
The job itself is pretty nice. It's just that Unreal sucks. Because like, I mean, you know, I'm not like making bank. I'm making decent money, but I'm not making bank. But that aside, the company like treats everybody very well. I can like log off when I'm supposed to, and it's not like expected of me that you know, I'm like staying late or something, other than like maybe like once per game release if I happen to be like the bottleneck at the end or something. Because like not our last game, but the one before that, I had to like assemble a bunch of like press graphics and stuff, and so I needed other things to be finished and decided on before I can do that, so I had to like go hard a little bit right at the end, but that wasn't a big deal. And if it's like once per project, I can deal with that. Hello Twink, when will you get to play a game I've worked on? Since I'm not publicly saying what company I work for, that depends. Like, you and Calc can probably know, but it's, thus far we haven't, or at least while I've been there, we haven't done anything that's like really big and noteworthy. That our next game might fall into that category. But like, we don't know what we're building yet, which is kind of funny. We're just like making, we're sort of like remaking how a lot of our games are in Unreal, but we haven't like landed on a license with anybody yet. So it could be you know, it could be different things depending.
So when you say you guys are making games, are you guys making like indie games, or are you guys making like full story based games, kind of like a Kingdom Hearts game or something like that?
I've said that I work on racing games, so typically
So you make racing games.
The company has done other stuff before, but for a while now they've just done racing games.
Oh, that's really funny, because like you don't really play racing games, but then you develop them.
Right. No, it's yeah, because my last job before this was like a startup for a sports app, and now I'm working on racing games, which is like, both of those are extremely straight and not my vibe, but it works well because of like the people I work with, and you know, like I'm doing UI work, which is kind of applicable everywhere. You know, it's not like I can take this experience and apply it to like any kind of game, basically. Twink, I would love to be building a gay dating sim, and I've said that I want to do like, you know, like a low effort
Camp Buddy, but with VTubers.
I mean, that would be fun, but the porn parts would be iffy.
Well, we could just voice our own
what's
characters.
What's that one dating sim engine that people make stuff in? Is it RenPy?
I've never heard of that. I don't know.
I did for some project in college, I made like kind of like a little mini visual novel thingy, and that and you can use it for dating sims, and it's super easy. So it would be fun to do that with VTuber friends, maybe minus the porn. But I don't know. Maybe we'll open a group OnlyFans someday.
No, we want all the porn.
I mean, here's the thing. Like with that idea in general, is that it sounds really easy, but I don't know because like most people have commissioned models and stuff. I don't know, like, are there any restrictions on that kind of thing? Like, if we want to use that likeness for something other than the person's stream, or like if we wanted to monetize anything, like, is that going to create issues? I don't know. I would have to ask each person individually, because I think Alex and I are the only people with like self-made models in my immediate circle. But that'd be fun because it wouldn't be super hard. And then in the future, I'd like to do like more serious isn't the right word, but like more like real quote unquote games.
Speaking of your self-made model, have you ever thought of getting like a 2.0?
Yeah, no, I remember I mentioned to you that I want to do kind of an upgrade, like along with affiliate. I'm probably not going to do like a whole new model, but I do want to like at minimum get a better outfit and maybe do like some nicer texture work.
So have you thought about your new outfit? Like, what would you do? Because you said you not really into like the fantasy type. You're more like a modern guy in a real world.
Not so much fantasy versus modern, but I want to like, the thing I'm wrestling with, and a lot of people have heard me talk about this at this point, is like I want to kind of just be a regular guy, but I feel like that's like shit branding. So
no,
I'm kind of wrestling with like the dichotomy of that and just exploring ideas and figuring out what I want. And then once I have my concept solidified, then I will look at outfit stuff. So I don't know exactly right now what I want my outfit to be, other than I want it to be more interesting than what I currently have.
There was this one VTuber that I used to watch. I think you also know him. I think his branding was just green. His name was like I'm Ritaka. Like, he was just like a normal guy. You know, I think his branding was literally just green.
Probably, but like there are people who are very successful that don't have like a concept. Like, they're just a guy, but I think that a concept can be helpful. It's like potentially a point in my favor. So I would like to get something figured out.
I feel like, though, if that's not really your thing, don't sell out to it, you know? Like, be you.
I will ultimately. And it may be like a little bit of compromise where I can find a happy medium. I'm not just going to like completely do something I hate, but you know, I'm looking up things, I'm exposing myself to different trains of thought and seeing how I feel about stuff.
Okay. Well, hopefully your new concept is something you're happy with.
Yeah.
Because I had a... Well, I don't know. Should I talk about... No, you know what? No, never mind. I was about to talk about something and I was like, wait, I don't know if this is a good thing to talk about. At least not live.
Okay. Should we get over to Reddit?
Your choice if you want to keep talking or you're ready to move on.
I mean, we can kind of do both too. Like, I don't mind if we derail and get off on tangents about things. We don't have to like stay on topic per se.
That's the nature of just chatting streams, isn't it?
Yeah. Le Reddit moment, Tips Fedora. Hi, kitten. Okay. So, I don't have a specific agenda for Reddit. I thought we would just like grab things that look interesting to us. And then if any of y'all in chat have anything specific that you think is like a real spicy one and you want to send that our way, I'd be happy to look at those. Sort by controversial, that might not be a bad idea. How do I do that? I don't know if I've ever sorted by controversial.
We love controversial.
I don't know, I could do... I just don't see it, so I'll just go with what's there. There was one, it's probably gone now. I'd have to dig through my history. What got me doing this idea is I saw one that was like, am I the asshole for making my girlfriend be like a subservient housewife because that's like my family tradition. And of course, everybody was like, yes, you're the asshole. But
Yes.
reading through it, like in the first couple sentences, it's like blah, 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 bringing her to my great grandfather's estate for a family gathering. And I'm like, I don't even need to read any further. You're already the asshole. I will 100% make a snap judgment if you have an estate. Let's just start up here with a dog one. Or here, add controversial to the end of the link. Okay, I might try that quick. If I can spell. Nope, it didn't like that. Probably because I have hot there as well. Okay. Let's go ahead and start with this first one then. Just for today's post, you can change that too. Bruh, there's too much about Reddit I don't know. Shiro, oh here, yeah, let's do all time. Shiro has fucking like never used Reddit apparently, so we're going in like blind and raw.
Raw. Oh my god.
Yeah, boy, I see some good things here. Let's start with this one. Am I the asshole for having my 18-year-old daughter pay for her own feminine hygiene products? Yes, you are.
What? How? At that age, you should be paying for your own shit. What the fuck?
My 18-year-old daughter graduated a week ago. She pays rent, splits the bills with me, and pays for her own phone bill. She's a very independent young girl. As a 56-year-old woman, I'm at an age where I don't have a menstrual cycle anymore, so I don't buy products for that purpose. And so it turned out to happen when she turned 18. And I lost the sauce in that sentence. And so it turned out to happen when she turned 18. So it was as if we were in perfect timing to stop buying them. Yeah, no, that's not me. That's bad grammar. But even if she were under 18 and I didn't have this anymore, I would stop buying them as well. Since she's 18, I feel better about not having to go out and buy them, since she's at the age where she's graduated and independent. My boyfriend somehow found out she's been using napkins she bought at the grocery store. He said that he asked her why she bought 2 packs of napkins, and she explained that she needs them for personal use and assumed it was for that. I didn't believe him at first until I asked her about it, and she explained to me that she makes homemade tampons by rolling the napkins, and she does it to save money. I have money myself, so I could go out and buy them for her, but she would need to pay me back. He asked me what I thought when I finished talking to her alone, and I said that he was right and explained that she does it to save money, and he was furious and said that I should be providing those for her. I told him that I no longer buy them because I no longer use them, because when I did, I would share, but now, especially because she turned 18, she can buy her own. I know she's my daughter, but the support has to stop sometime. The reason my boyfriend was furious was because she got her own thing and found out there were no products left, so she had to use napkins, and now she only uses those. This is her own issue to deal with, and she has no problem being self-sufficient. She's been 18 for several months. I stand by that. I think easily they're the asshole. Like, it would be different if they were like buying, if the daughter is buying them herself and then she was just like, oh, why don't you pay for this? Then that would be like a bit more of like an even split, I think. But if she's buying napkins, clearly she's like trying to save money or something, at which point like fucking step up and like help your daughter out so she can clean her pussy.
You know, I don't know. I feel like I see her point where, yeah, at some point you have to deal with your own issues, and from like what, an early age, I guess she's been independent and stuff like that, and she seems like she's self-sufficient. I mean, if she really needs the help, she would ask, you know, but the fact that she's not asking, it seems like she wants to take care of it herself. I was like, yeah, like obviously napkins aren't, you know, sufficient, but at the same time, like, you know, if she really needed it, she could have just asked.
I think though, like, parents are difficult, and you know that probably better than most people. Like, you should not have to fucking like get on your knees and beg for fucking hygiene products. Like, that's definitely a point where you need to suck it up and like help her out.
Yeah, but like I don't think she's doing it where she was like, "Oh, like fend for yourself," you know? She's in her eyes.
No, Shiro. That's literally what she's saying. The support has to stop sometime.
Yeah, but no, her main reasoning was like, "Well, I don't need it anymore, so like, why do I have to buy it?" She's not like literally like, "Oh, you're 18 now, like I'm never gonna do anything for you." No, it's literally her. Is. No, she's not. That's not how I see it. Like, yeah, she is telling her like, oh, well, like, you know, she's the only one who's using it, so she should buy it herself. But at the same time, in her, it's like before she would buy it for the both of them because they both used it, you know? It's not the fact that because she turned 18, it's because they were both using it, and now she doesn't need it. She's like, why am I, you know, it's like, why do I have to buy this if I'm not using it, you know? It's just like, this girl has her own money. She could buy, you know, she can save money elsewhere. Like, if there's a will, there's a way.
I have a thought I want to circle back to. Hello, Warden. Welcome.
Hi, Warden.
And Alex says he never asked anything of his parents, even when he was barely getting by. I feel bad for asking, and I think a lot of people also would. That's like what I'm saying. I think that people need to, like, I don't know. It's a power dynamic thing, right? Like, you as the parent need to recognize my child may have a hard time asking for this for various reasons, and so I need to step up. Though, I think the kinds of parents where people are going to have a hard time asking are the exact kind that aren't gonna have that kind of self-reflection to be able to step up and help out. The thing I wanted to circle back to, the fact that this post mentions 18 like every 5 seconds, like let's think about this psychologically. Like, why are they mentioning 18 so much? Because 18 is the threshold of like, oh, I'm an adult. And that's when a lot of parents like cut their kids off. So I think 100% the fact that she turned 18 matters here.
I don't think anyone's an asshole. I don't think anyone's in the wrong. I think, yeah, she could help her, but I don't think she's in a fault. You know what I mean? Like, as a good parent, yeah, you can help her, but I don't think that makes her a bad parent for not. Either.
I mean, as far as these go, I think this is not like the spiciest post, but I do definitely feel like it's pretty straight up that the parent is the asshole.
I think it's more like if, you know, they're a young kid and like literally the parent won't fucking buy food for them. Yeah, that's an asshole. But this is like literally like, it's a fucking tampon. Like,
well, okay, Shiro. We are boys. We are non-vagina havers. Like, a tampon is just as essential as food. Like, it's pretty close. Obviously, like, food and water, it's kind of hard to beat those as like survival priority number one. But like, cleanliness products are also extremely important, even more so when it comes to vaginas, because there's like a whole lot of stuff going up in there that like you and I don't ever have to think about. Yeah, like I agree with Alex. It's like toilet paper. Like, you fucking need toilet paper. You need vaginal health products.
I never said that they weren't essential.
Well, but you were saying that like they need to buy food and stuff, right? Like, if this post, if we replace this with my daughter's 18, am I the asshole for not like feeding her? Do you feel any differently or the same?
Honestly, I would feel a little bit more towards she's an asshole, but at the same time, if you're 18, you can get a job, and you can, I'm not saying like, oh, you're completely in the like right or wrong. I was just like 18 is still kind of like young and still, but at the same time I was just like, if they're saying that this person is independent, then I'm just like, well, that means they probably could take care of themselves and they have a job and stuff like that. If they're self-efficient, like that person probably needs to manage their money better.
I have thoughts, but I won't say it.
Say it!
Well, look who's talking about spending money, mister.
Yeah, but like I'm not in a situation where like I can't fucking buy toilet paper for myself.
Do you have to?
I do buy my own toilet paper.
Bruh. Okay.
Do you not buy your own toilet paper?
No.
Why?
Because that is included in the living at home package.
Okay. Well, the people who rent the room downstairs at my house, they pay rent. They live in my house.
They're not family though.
I mean, okay, so what's the difference? Like, it's the same thing as if like some kids who are living at home, but they pay rent to their family as a tenant. I was like, do they expect their family to feed them? Well, they probably do, but at the same time, it's like, at some point you need to stop relying on your parents.
Go ahead.
So yeah, when I started working, obviously it wasn't right away where I started buying my own stuff, but like, yeah, like after a point where my mom started charging me more for rent, I was like, you know what? Like I need to stop stealing toilet paper from her side of the bathroom because I have my own bathroom that I share with my grandma, and yeah, I like buy my own toothpaste, I buy my own toilet paper, I buy my own. So I assume that you guys buy your own soap.
No, Shiro, we don't buy our own anything.
What? What do you mean you don't buy your own anything? You guys don't buy your own toiletries?
No, because my parents are like, hey, we'd rather that you guys like save up and put your money towards like paying off student loans so you can get your life started.
I know why your opinion is that she's an asshole.
No, okay. I realize that I'm in a very privileged situation and not everybody has that. But what I wanted to touch on with you talking about like at some point, blah 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 blah, like the daughter being very independent, I could see her getting towards like what you're doing, where it's like, yes, I'm gonna get to that point or whatever, but clearly she's not 100% there yet, and like you can ease that transition, and as a supportive parent you should ease that transition. Like when your kid turns 18, you don't throw them out the door penniless and be like, oh, you're old enough to get a job. Like you help them and get them started, and then when they're in a good place, then maybe you like ease off that support. And I know some people do just throw their kids out the door like that, but I think we would all agree that they're the asshole then, right?
I think we're throwing this into a bigger spectrum than it is. It's just a tampon puzzle. It's not like this whole thing where like you're not gonna help them at all. Like it's just a tampon puzzle. I'm pretty sure tampons are important. No, listen, I'm pretty sure the fucking mom feeds her. Okay, like I think we're blowing this up a little bit too much. Did
they mention food in here?
I don't remember. I don't know, but I'm like imagine. So I'm pretty sure she didn't say like, oh, like this girl has to pay her own rent and she has to fucking feed herself.
I know, I'm pretty sure she is paying rent. I think they mentioned that. Yeah, she pays rent, she splits the bills, pay for her own phone bill, so maybe not food. In which case, I'm doubling down on the like tampons are as important as food thing.
I pay her rent and she can pay bills, then she can afford a box of tampons. I don't know. That's my opinion. I don't know. I don't see how. I think people are being too sensitive about that.
I don't know. Alex says, look at the comments. I haven't gone down that far, but I'm assuming most people, like the first couple, are going to be saying that the parent is the asshole. Yeah, and I think the the thing Alex is saying too, like, do you want a relationship with your adult child? Do you want them to like take care of you in old age, maybe?
Over a tampon?
Tampons are important. I feel like you are severely underestimating tampons, Shiro.
I know how important a tampon is, but I'm just saying, like, they're not that expensive. Like, they're probably going for like what, like $20 a box? Probably less.
I don't know. Ladies
I
in
don't know, Mom,
vagina
tell
havers in
me.
the chat, what do tampons cost? Because I saw a fucking TikTok today, like a box of diapers costs like $46. That's crazy.
Yeah, formula is like like 100, I think.
And also just general, even if they're not that bad, they're probably pretty bad because you know that companies gouge on feminine products all the time, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
Like the woman tax.
There's a woman tax?
The, like, in air quotes, woman tax. It's not a literal woman tax, but it's like, hey, we're big stinky men running the corporations. Why don't you pay us $1 billion for feminine products? In the UK, around 5 doubloons a box, and it has 10 per pack. Depending on how long a cycle is, one box could be half a period. So that shit adds up quick. Yeah. I'm just reading some of these comments. Some of the people are like, you never use a napkin. I know, not personally, but I know of a guy who used a Snickers wrapper as a condom in an emergency situation. Which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. I'm kind of vibing with this one too. This comment that's like, I'm an 18-year-old guy that buys my sister's feminine products. Like, you know, like there's dudes who have tampons and stuff in their bathroom for like female friends that come over. Like, if there are guys out there that can like take one for the team and put forward some money to help a lady out, how do you, as a fellow female and this person's mother, how are you not helping out? That feels like so disconnected from reality.
It's not like she never helped out. I'm just saying. I'm not like saying she's a good parent. I'm just saying that I think people are blowing this into, and I think they're just blowing it up too much. I'm just like, bro, like, they're acting like this mom doesn't help her kid out at all. They're saying like,
well, but it sounds like not very much. She's like, the mom is like, I'm willing to accept your money, and you're like, wow, what a hero. All she did was wait until the kid turned 18 and went, okay, you're a wage slave now, not my daughter. That's, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
I don't know. I still stand by what I think. But you know, I'm always the holder of unpopular opinions, apparently. So whatever.
Yeah, no, this is kind of how I expect this stream to go. I feel like just about, unless it's something like really, really unforgivable, like domestic abuse or something. I feel like you're just gonna be like, it's not so bad. Like all of these.
Yeah, it's so funny because one of my best friends, Noob, he always says like, everything people hate, I like, and everything I hate, people are like, have good opinions on.
You know, maybe we should do like not like a kind of part 2 to this and do like a food stream sometime where you and I just talk about food.
Dude,
and have
Lacey
completely
has,
opposite opinions.
Lacey has a list of like 20 items of all my unpopular food opinions. I'm like, why? Why is
with
this
your
even a
fucking
thing?
spaghetti salad?
Yeah, spaghetti salad's so delicious. Oh my god, guys, I'm telling you, put salad in your spaghetti and then put ice in your milk and cereal. It's a game changer, I'm telling you.
I don't know if I got Mom's comment a couple ago. Some girls go through several tampons a day, so back on the expenses. I killed my cousin. Am I the asshole? Shiro, nah, he probably called them smelly.
I mean, what if the cousin was a bad person?
I mean, I'm all for
him.
I'm all for justifying light Yagami stuff sometimes, but still. I think we'll put a close on this one, and
we gotta
go
put
to
a
another
check
one.
mark of how many times we agreed and how many times we disagreed.
We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Light Yagami's nuts. This one's about coworkers, so I feel like this is a good one.
I love coworkers.
Am I the asshole for getting one of my coworkers fired? I, 20 male, am a server at this restaurant, and my former coworker, Sophia, 18 female, was also a server who has gone off to college. For context, I would always make these dumb but funny jokes about babysitting Sophia, considering I'm older than she is, and I've been working there longer than her, and she's barely an adult, but I still made those jokes about her when she was still 17. Honestly, though, Sophia is still pretty much a baby. Imagine making baby jokes about someone younger than you. Crazy. But anyways, around Sophia's last few days working here, I made a joke which left her embarrassed. I was making a salad, and then she came over to make one as well, and she made a joke saying it smelled like eggs, and she asked if it was me. I told her that it was probably because her body smells like a fish. Goddamn. Think I'm getting an idea of who's the asshole. She didn't say much, and I later continued to say, can anyone smell something fishy, in front of the other coworkers, and everyone laughed, but Sophia moved her hair in my face, and I said she had lice, and everyone once again laughed. What the fuck? This is like... this feels like typical straight boy stuff, where it's like, ha ha ha, you're like a dumb bitch and a piece of shit. Aren't I funny? It's like, no, that's just bullying. Yeah, this is just bullying. She looked very upset and didn't speak to me for the rest of the shift. I tried talking to her, but she wouldn't even look at me. At one point, one of the prep cooks asked me why I treated her like that, and even said I traumatized her. The problem is that Sophia got bullied when she was in high school for these exact reasons, and I only brought back all her trauma by what I said. I didn't know, though. I didn't know that being an asshole would hurt her. Also, what reasons? The reasons of men around her being dicks? Because that's the only reason that I've heard so far. Towards the end of our shifts, I was closing, and I thought it'd be funny to mess with Sophia by asking her if I have to babysit her again. She got really angry and told me to shut the fuck up and leave her alone. I went and told the shift lead, and she went and had a word with Sophia about how she needs to keep things professional, and our manager also had a word with her, and she got written up for talking like this. That's bullshit. Once we were let out, she ran her car in tears and drove home. The next day, she filed a complaint to HR and even told another manager, and I got talked to. Throughout the shift, she wouldn't speak to me. I asked if she could hand something to me. She wouldn't do it. Towards the end of the shift, I was one of the closers, and I was in charge of checking tables. She asked the other server that was closing with me to check them, and she told her to get over herself already and to ask me. In the end, she went to the manager to check them because she wasn't going to speak to me. I was only trying to make a joke. Recently, Sophia got fired, and I haven't heard anything since, so I'd like to know, am I the asshole? I'd like to know where at any part in this was he not the asshole.
I mean,
I don't know.
Just
what do you
joking
think?
Around.
Oh my god. You can't tell me you're going to take his side.
Nah, I'm just joking. Nah, he's the
okay.
asshole.
No, yeah. Like, and fucking it just kept going on too. It was already happening multiple times, and people are like, hey, you really fucked up, and you're like making her cry. And then he's like, I thought it'd be a good idea to like bully her some more before the day ended. What a tool.
It's just a prank, bro. Like, take a chill pill.
Yeah, definitive yes. I don't think we're gonna get any dissenting opinions here.
Okay, like, can I say something? I do
Go ahead.
What? Why are you gonna laugh?
Go ahead and dig your own grave.
I think he is an asshole because he kept egging it on even after that one cook talked to him about it. It was like, hey, like, this girl got bullied and shit. But also, like, this girl, like, holy shit, she's too sensitive, man. Like,
no.
She's way too sensitive.
We're not victim blaming on this one.
I'm just saying, like, bro, dude, I have people at work who are like freaking shoving me, telling me to shut up, literally pulling me out of doors.
And they should be fucking fired and curb stomped. That's not acceptable.
You don't see me throwing a fit.
That's because you're like a professional, like, bitch. I don't know. What is like...
What the fuck? You're a bitch. You asshole.
What's
Am I
like
the asshole? Yes, you are.
what would you call like if someone's a dominatrix, what's the other person? The person getting stepped on. Like you're a professional that.
I'm a sub.
I guess a professional sub. No, like you told me about that. Like, oh, someone like grabbed me and like pulled me out of the way, and I'm like, bitch, someone needs to get fucking fired.
Okay, listen, I'm not defending him or anything. I'm not defending him, but I just want to say he does it as a joke. He pushes me, he shoves me, he pulls on my clothes, and he tells me to shut up. And then when I don't answer him, he's like, "Did you hear me?" And I'll ignore him and say, "I'm talking to you." I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Shut up." I was like, "Oh my god." But there are times where like sometimes, like the other day, somebody ordered a bottle of wine for me, and I was opening the cork and I snapped it in half. I was like, "Fuck!" I snapped this bottle. So I went to the bartender and I was like, "Hey, like, can you open this for me?" And he was like, "Oh, I can try." And he tried and he couldn't open it. So he brought it to the bartender that bullies me. He was like, "Oh, can you open this?" And then the bartender was like, "What? Who the fuck did this?" And then the other bartender pointed at me and he goes, "Oh, of course it's you." I was like, shit. And then he opened it for me though. Like, at least he opened it for me. And then he was like, "Here, take your shit and go."
Hello, Rodan and Hershey. Rodan brings up a good point that I also wanted to ask. Is him bullying you like doing something for you in the pants region?
No.
Okay, because if not, like, you need to fucking address that shit and get that guy fired.
No, it's fine.
Maybe he has a crush on you.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe this is like, because
I find that hard to believe. But
boys don't grow up. Everybody's just a fucking child. So this could be like some schoolyard shit where he's like pulling your braid, and then like he goes home and jacks off thinking about you while he's in the tub.
Nah, that's aloe. No, but like he kind of annoys me a little bit, but
no shit, he's literally like grabbing you.
Yeah, no, that was the thing that annoyed me. Like I got so pissed off. I got so pissed off when he like literally grabbed on my shirt and like pulled me out the door. I was like, really, dude? Because I was like, it's really annoying when like I'm having a bad day and somebody keeps egging me on. Like I was like, dude, like at first, like it doesn't really matter. Like I don't really care if he tells me to shut up. I don't care if he shoves me because I shove him back anyways. But like, you know, when you're working and you're just having a bad day and you have to deal and be nice to people, and then you have like somebody who's just constantly egging you on, but on purpose, they're doing it on purpose to get like a reaction out of you. That's when it annoys me. And then when he like literally grabbed on the back of my vest and pulled me out of the door and like it made me stumble backwards, I'm like, dude, like get the fuck off of me.
Hershey, that's 100% a thing. People definitely as kids like kind of bully people they have a crush on. I had a thought. Alex's thing. I don't think Shiro was saying you bully people and then come about it. I think he was saying just the come part. Because you're also a professional sub, not a bully. But okay, so like, are you just playing devil's advocate for this guy, or are you actually like kind of defending him?
No, I'm saying he is an asshole. He's 100% the asshole, but I think she's freaking sensitive too. Like, come on, you're an adult. Deal with it. Like,
well, one, she's not. She's 17. Okay, this is an adult bullying a child.
Yeah, whatever.
But no, like you're so used to this kind of thing. Like I'm not like, I don't know, like schools and cyberbullying and stuff. I feel like people could definitely get too sensitive sometimes, but at the same time, we need to like recognize when people are behaving unacceptably and not just justify it. And this is definitely a case of unacceptable behavior. Period. No ifs or buts.
Into the parking lot. That's what she needs to do.
Well, judging by this post, she'd fucking get in trouble for that, which is bullshit.
Yeah.
The second someone touches Alex, he begs them not to let go because of touch starvation. Makes them even more of an a-hole for bullying a child. Yeah, no. This guy sucks. She got fired, bro. Just go scrap him. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, she got fired. She has nothing holding her back from, you know, giving him a new hole.
You say ripping his dick off?
Yeah.
I mean, probably for the best, right? Because fucking if this is the attitude this guy has, we don't need him, like, raising kids and passing on that shitty attitude.
No, he's
Give him a nipple 100%. Twister. All right, well, I guess that's one for the agree column. The feminine hygiene products one was in here. Or no, I started with that one. Never mind. Here, this one is also, I feel like, relevant to you.
Before we move on, though, let me just say one thing.
Go for it.
I think that even if you are being bullied, you still need to keep it professional and not lash out at somebody and say fuck you to them at work.
Hard disagree.
I feel like, you know, in a professional setting, even if somebody's doing you wrong, just report it.
I feel like that's
to their level.
This is like in school, the scenario of like a bully like beating up someone and calling them names and that shit for like a super long time and nothing happens. And then the instant the kid retaliates to defend, stand up for themselves, whatever, then like they get in trouble and get suspended. Like, more things need common sense rules. And common sense says you don't fucking go after the victim for standing up with themselves. Hershey, do you hard disagree with me or Shiro? You gotta do or say something, yeah. I think... like, if this person's being the asshole, like, they deserved a fuck you. And if that fuck you comes from another person, that's the person's fault for bringing it on. Like, I feel like this is weird, convoluted logic I'm saying now, but like, you reap what you sow, and it's not the person's fault for standing up for themselves, even if that is with like vulgar language.
I think it depends on the setting. I agree that a person should stand up for yourself, but you have to be smart about it.
I think as a nation, society, whatever, we also need to get a lot less precious about swear words. Like, you know, it's like people say fuck, get over it.
Yeah, but in a professional setting, no. Like, you can't.
But why?
You know?
That's all you're saying that's because that's the standard. Why is that the standard? That's a dumb standard.
Well, you know, that's just how it is. You can't do anything about it. Some things you just gotta accept.
Boo.
That's like saying, oh,
Viva la revolution.
You can't kill somebody because taking a life is like, why? Why can't I kill somebody? Huh? Like, no, like, you can't, okay? You just can't.
Well, to that I would say, if we looked at, like, renewing the laws on murder being legal, I think, like, let's say, like, us here, like, pretending that you and I in chat are, like, the deciding political body. If we looked at the ramifications of murder, I think we would come to the conclusion that, like, maybe there's some bad eggs once in a while that deserve it, but on the whole, like, we can't do that. That's a bad idea.
Well,
now, if we looked at, like, swear words, I think a lot of us might say, like, what's the big deal if somebody says fuck?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I know. It's like a different. It's on a different scale, but it's the same thing. Some things are not acceptable, and you just gotta accept it.
But
you
why?
know, it's just how it is. Well, it's the same thing.
No,
that's just how it is.
No. I'm saying fuck how it is. Like, right now, slate clean. We are like remaking laws from the ground up. There is compelling reason to not legalize murder, because then we end up in the purge. There is no compelling evidence in my mind to, like, have not swearing be the norm. Like, why? Why does it matter? It literally only matters because old people say, well, that's just how it is.
Okay, then let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How come we can't say, you know, that specific word?
Which one? The N-word?
Yes.
Because, okay, this is very easy, I think. There are specific words like the N-word or the C-word in reference to women or various other, like, racial slurs or, like, a different F word when you're talking about gay people. There are lots of words that are specifically intended to cause harm to a person or a group of people. Saying the word fuck is not specifically targeted at any person based on something about them. It's just like an emphasis term. And so I definitely feel like we shouldn't be throwing around slurs that are meant to hurt people, but there's no reason that I can't say fuck, because who the fuck cares? It doesn't hurt anybody. It just makes pearl-clutching mothers clutch their pearls.
But the way she said it was in a bad way. Because she said, shut the fuck up. You know, it wasn't just like, oh, fuck it. You know, like, oh, fuck it is like, oh, well, you know, but she was like, yo, shut the fuck up. See,
right, but
different meaning behind it.
You're right that it was directed at that person angrily, but I think there's a difference between a hate word and words of various degrees expressing negative feelings towards somebody. Like, you could say, I hate you to somebody, and unless you're in kindergarten, that's probably not going to be a big deal. That's really no different than saying fuck you to somebody. It's the exact same meaning. One of them is just designated as a swear word.
I still stand where, like, be professional about it. Like, yeah, I also think that who cares about saying, you know, curse words at work? Because, like, I say curse words at work all the time, but I'm not going to say it to my manager, you know, because they're not going to like it.
Well, that's getting into, like, power dynamics.
Yeah. And it's, like, the same thing, where it's just, like, it's not acceptable because, one, you want to... Like, imagine if you were at a restaurant and someone's like, what the fuck do you guys want to eat? Like, it's kind of funny because, like, we don't care, but, like, imagine if, like, old people heard that. It's just like, no, you know?
Shiro,
like,
I don't give a fuck about old people. They've been on the earth, like, along with the rest of us, so they need to get with the times.
I don't know. I just feel like there is a time and a place.
Let me catch up with some of the stuff people in chat are saying. This young manager at my workplace was really shocked to find that everyone just casually swears on the shop floor and in front of customers. But we just said nobody cares, so why not? Customers don't give a shit, so why bother making it a rule? I agree with that personally. I know there's going to be fussy pearl-clutching boomers. So that's like what Shiro's talking about, but I say fuck the boomers. To your point about changing norms and stuff, Alex says being gay wasn't acceptable 50 years ago, but we changed that. Regarding hate words and stuff, there's a lot of history behind them. Red Ann says saying the F word is just an expression. Before you categorize the womanly C word in the same zone as the N word, it's just a very harsh swear word. It's not on the same level as the N word, but I don't like using it, with the exception of one specific 3-name white bitch in our government, because I don't want to target that disparaging word at women, even though even if it's not like as bad as the N word. Mom says the worker was justified. It is a hate word to say shut the fuck up. First, she agrees with Alex about the C word. My manager called me a pedophile, so if he wants to catch some verbal hands, man can catch them. Is that an example, or did that happen? I'm unclear on that. Hershey, I swear in front of my coworkers. This is an office setting. Welcome and thank you for the follow, Pika.
Pika!
Brits be like, "Oi, you silly C word, what you doing on my roof?" As a woman, I feel the C word is pretty bad. Yeah. It's gonna depend on person to person. You know, I'm sure there are, for like any given slur, there's gonna be people who feel more strongly affected and people who don't, but it's like, it's not on me to determine the weight of that word. Phil called me a pedophile. I feel like maybe we must have talked about this, but I don't remember. I don't know why. Okay. Should we get on to this next one?
Sure.
Am I the asshole for making my children pay for their own portion? Pay for their own portion of our family vacation. We've been planning on going on vacation to Cuba for the Christmas holidays for a week. It's pretty pricey during the Christmas holidays, but that's the only time we can all go. We have 3 children, 20 female, 15 male, 12 female, who we are making them pay for their own ticket and part of the hotel, since we wouldn't be financially stable enough to pay for 5 plane tickets and such. My 12-year-old daughter has been complaining that since the other 2 have jobs and she doesn't, that it's not fair. However, we've decided to stick firm with it and be equal to them all. Their other option, if they don't want to pay, is staying at grandma's. She has savings which are just enough to cover the vacation, but she also wants to save up for a phone. My other 2 children aren't happy that they have to pay for their own, but they're willing to, since we'd be going to Cuba. Am I the asshole for making them pay? I feel like most families don't make their children pay for their own tickets, but since we all really want to go, my wife and I think it's the best option. Edit, my 12-year-old daughter, almost 13, is going into grade 8, and she's worked at her business a couple times for me, which I would pay her. I think this one is the least clear-cut so far. It definitely feels weird to make your 12-year-old and even the 15-year-old especially pay for the tickets, but I get, like, there is a financial reality. Like, money doesn't just come out of nowhere.
Then don't go on a vacation. If you are not financially stable enough to pay for your children's ticket, why the fuck are you even going on a vacation? You obviously can't afford it. Like, what the fuck?
That's what I'm thinking. If it's that close, then you need to figure out a different option for the family that's going to work.
Barely past 10 years old. Like, what the fuck? Chill. Like, if anything, if they can't pay for it, like, just leave them at home. Like, have somebody babysit them while you guys go.
Well, that kind of sucks too, though. I feel like what you need to do at that point is, like, scale down and figure out something that everybody can do.
Yeah, go to freaking a park.
Especially because it's for like the holidays. Like, that would be a real bummer if it was a general vacation. But if it's like, hey, we're all gonna go somewhere for Christmas, you have to fucking stay home, that would extra suck. So, like, gun to my head, I guess they're the asshole. Your parents do that too, like, fucking every month, it seems like.
Yeah, but I don't care.
You're such a bottom.
I'm fine with staying home alone.
I think, like, again, gun to my head, they're the asshole, but I think what really needs to happen here is just, you need to figure out a different solution, and you're dumb for not realizing that you need to figure out a different solution.
Yeah, no, you can't expect freaking children to pay. Like, even as a 20-year-old who has a job, like,
yeah,
a plane ticket is not cheap, dude. You know, when I went to Hawaii a couple years ago, it was like 2 years ago. Me and my siblings, we saved for 5 years. It was 5 years. We saved, each of us. It was 4 of us saving up money to pay for a vacation for my mom, because my mom works 2 jobs and my dad doesn't work at all. And my mom's been working 2 jobs for like almost 10 years. And she never gets a vacation. All my aunts and uncles go on vacation. My mom hasn't gone on vacation for like over 10 years. And so me and my siblings decided that, you know what, as a little gift to her, we saved for 5 years, ticket to Hawaii, plane tickets to Hawaii, and we got like packages and we got hotels. And we paid it. The 4 of us ended up paying for, I believe, 9 people total. It took us 5 years, but you know what? It was a nice vacation until my brother and all my siblings hate each other.
Right.
And it was so sad because my mom cried on the second morning. So we landed midday, spent a night, and the next morning my mom cried and she was like begging to go home. She said, I want to go home, because my freaking siblings could not get over their hatred for each other and just play nice for a week. Or was it 2 weeks? It was either a week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's annoying.
I felt so bad for my mom. I was like sitting in the room comforting her with my grandma, and then my oldest sister was talking to my other brother and my sister. She was like, okay, like we need to, like, you guys need to chill out. Like, this was for mom. Like, why are we fighting? And I was like, you guys are dumb.
Yeah, if you saved up for 5 years, don't blow the vacation.
Literally on the second day, like literally. I don't know how I have a good relationship with all my siblings. Like literally every single one of my siblings hate each other. I'm the only one that has a good relationship with all three of them.
I
I'm
can
like,
tell you exactly why.
how'd that happen? Like, you
I
guys are horrible people.
I know next to nothing about your siblings, but I'm sure that me and several people in chat can tell you exactly why.
Why what?
Why you have a good relationship with them despite them being on bad terms with each other.
Oh yeah, I know why. You know what? It's because every time we get into a fight, I'm just like, okay, you're in the right, whatever.
Yes, because you're a sub.
Yeah.
You bend over backwards. You roll over.
Well, here's the thing. I don't like to fight. I don't like to be in arguments. I don't like to be in an uncomfortable situation with someone. So I don't care to admit that I'm wrong, even if I don't think I'm wrong, as long as it makes them stop talking to me. Because if somebody makes me feel uncomfortable, I'm just not gonna talk to them. I don't want to confront it because I'm like, nah, it's not worth all these negative feelings. I'm just gonna walk away from it.
And that's useful up to a point. Like, keeping the peace is good, but that's not fair to you, and that's like too much of a burden to put on yourself mentally to just always be the one pacifying.
Wrong. Well, here's the thing. It's not really a burden because I don't like confrontation. And plus, if they're gonna be stuck up about it and not want to talk to me, is it really worth like keeping them around? Like, if they can realize themselves that, oh wait, maybe they're in the wrong, or they want to talk to me, they can reach out to me. I'm not going to ignore them forever. If they want to talk to me, just talk to me first. But like, at the same time, it's like, you were being a dick towards me, and you know what, I ain't got time to deal with you anymore. So I cut you out. Unless you want to talk. If you want to talk, then I'll talk. But like, I ain't gonna reach out first.
I get what you're saying, Hershey. Like, if someone's going to be argumentative, you don't need to bend over backwards trying to like save them or something. But I'm talking about like, I don't know, like less of a situation where somebody's right or wrong in a way that matters, but just like interpersonal relationship type stuff. Like, I worry about Shiro because if he's always the one just like taking the lumps, that can't be good for you.
I do be full of lumps.
Yeah, they're called sexy muscles.
No, it's called a blubber pack.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares if the problem doesn't get solved? It shouldn't need to be mine.
Who cares? You know what?
But
technically it was solved, right? Because I walked away from it. I mean, like, you're right. Actually, I'm wrong. You're right. We could stop talking about this now. Bye. See, it's solved. Easy.
But Hershey, I don't think that they aren't keeping the baggage. I think, well, they probably are. They're keeping their own baggage, but like, so is Shiro. Like, every time Shiro just like bends over and lets someone like fuck him in an argument, that's just like another, like, I don't know, another grain of sand on like the metaphorical scales he's carrying that's just gonna weigh him down over time.
Nah, I really don't care. If I'm not gonna be talking to them, do I really need to care about them?
I'm fine with that mentality. I'm fine with like if someone's toxic, cut them out, but it's not quite that simple in many cases, and in your case.
It's okay, I still talk to my brothers and my sister, or my brother and my sisters. There was one point where I didn't talk to my brother for 4 months because we got into an argument because he told me to shut the fuck up when we were hanging out, and I was like, the fuck? That was like random. And I was like, okay, fine, if you want me to shut the fuck up. And so we didn't talk for 4 months. And then one day I was playing Super Smash Bros. With my friends, and then my brother walked by and he was standing by us, just watching us. And I looked at him and I was like, do you want to play? And he's like, okay. And then that's how we started talking again. And like literally for 4 months we didn't talk because we were being stubborn. And then he was standing there looking all lonely, like watching me and my friends play Smash. And I was like, do you want to play with us?
So he was a dick and you didn't talk for 4 months, and then he didn't apologize and you gave him an in.
We don't, we're stubborn as fuck. We don't apologize. Like, have I ever apologized for anything? I'm stubborn as fuck.
I've noticed.
What does that mean? What do you mean like what do you mean by that? Huh?
You're a very nice boy as far as I'm concerned, but you are stubborn.
Tell me.
The fact that you like refuse to confront things, that's stubbornness.
Is it, or is it passiveness?
Both. I think you can be passively stubborn.
No. You're silly.
Lacey McQueen, thank you. She will agree with me on things.
Shiro always apologizing. Me for what? I don't apologize for nothing. Nobody deserves my forgiveness or apologies.
Mom says stuff does add up over time and affect you often without you realizing it. That's what I'm saying. Alex says, I would vastly prefer a week of awkwardness while we resolve a problem to 4 months with a complete lack of communication until someone forgets. Hershey says, I feel very similar to Shiro. There really is no damage to be taken here. I agree with them being objectively wrong. Then I act like the combo never happened. They get mad I didn't listen. I don't care. Life moves on.
See? Hershey gets it.
I don't know. Some people can't be reasoned with. Agreed. I don't know. I don't have a good solution to this. I wish I did. I am saying that it's not acceptable to just like take your lumps from an asshole. But my solution is usually just to like match the energy. It's not a good solution, but it does protect me more emotionally. If someone's like being an asshole and yelling at me, I'm not just gonna sit there like a sub and take it. Like, I'm gonna fucking yell back, because if you're being an asshole, then you're opening yourself up to receiving that in return.
You know what? I think I'm just in control of my emotions more than Joe. See, I don't act on my emotions like he would. I feel like Joe would get mad really fast and be like, well, fuck you too. I'll be like, okay, whatever.
I only do that when the person continually escalates and won't de-escalate. And so then the only solution is to like, you know, depending on the situation, you can just like leave to defuse, which is fine sometimes, but I don't always want to do that. And so the other options are like then roll over, which is not acceptable, or match them at like the level of loud asshole that they're being.
Also, let me just address Lacey really quick.
I also want to.
Okay, Lacey, I apologize, and I also apologize to Joe because I feel like I inconvenience you guys by canceling last minute, because I'm very particular with planning things. I believe, I don't know, maybe I'm not, I don't know, but I feel like I am. So when I last minute cancel, especially when it's planned with somebody else, I feel like, oh my god, I'm a burden, you know?
You are fine, and Lacey and I agree on that.
No.
We were gonna do this Saturday, and we didn't end up doing it, and he was like, oh, I'm tired, and I'm like, okay, so we should do it another night, right? And he's like, no, but I convinced him, and we ended up planning for tonight. We shouldn't have done it tonight because he was also very tired, but he wouldn't reschedule again. So like, I was literally trying to be like, hey, let's let you rest up, and he's like, no, I can't, I'm an inconvenience. It's like, it's fine, we both care about your health and mental state more than like sticking to a plan.
No, it's fine. It's just talking. I'm having a nice time talking with you. You're such a good conversationalist, even if you don't
Thank
agree
you.
with me. Like,
Yeah, no.
800.
I like talking to you a lot, even if we're so diametrically opposed on just about everything.
Well, you know what? That's just true with about anybody I talk to. Nobody really agrees with me. I'm just like, the oddball.
And hello Zero, welcome.
Hi, Zero.
Hershey, sometimes the person is the problem and you can't just force them to seek therapy. That is true. Sometimes people are the problem. They fucking need therapy, but you're right that you can't force it.
I was actually having a conversation yesterday with one of my coworkers. And we were talking about therapy, and he was telling me how he's on his, like, I think 7th month of therapy. And I was like, oh, why did you decide to go to therapy? He's like, oh, I just felt like it was time. I was like, time for what? He was like, just to air out my thoughts. I was like, okay. And then he's like, yeah, like I just felt like there was a lot of things I was holding in, and I just wanted to, like, just let it all out. I was like, oh, so you can't do that with your friends? He's like, well, it's not the same, because even if you talk to your friends, like, they're listening, but they're not really listening, and with therapy it's different. Like, you're making a connection with somebody who doesn't know you, and they're technically are being paid, but they're also being paid to listen to you and kind of just be there for you. They're just like emotional support. And I was like, I see. And I was like, you can't do that with friends? He was like, no, you can't, because friends already have like a predetermined kind of like attitude or view of you. So no matter what you tell them, they could still be there for you, but they're not going to be there in the way that you kind of need it. I was like, and he's like, yeah, I discovered a lot about myself and about my true feelings about like my family and all that through therapy. He was like, you always think that you feel a certain way until you really have a chance to like open your heart out to somebody who doesn't really know you, so you can let them kind of like see the true you. And as he was telling that, I was literally just thinking about all the times where I had like a nice conversation with you guys on Twitch. I was like, wow. I was like, this sounds just like about that one time where I was kind of like being vulnerable to everybody and talking about how it's hard. It was hard growing up, but like, as I was on Twitch more often, I feel like I'm slowly starting to like open up myself and be like real. So I was like, man, I didn't gotta pay for therapy. Yeah, this is free.
Well, I think I'll agree with the sentiment of like, friends are not a substitute for a therapist, because like, the professional aspect counts for a lot, but I definitely disagree with his thought that like, basically like talking to your friends is useless, because like, no, it's not. And if your friends are completely shit to talk to, then you need to get better friends.
I don't think that's what he said.
I'm paraphrasing.
Okay, I don't think he meant like they were useless. I just think that. Okay, well, anyways, I don't know what he thinks, because that's his own way of interpreting. But the way I interpret it was like, he could open up to his friends, but they don't see it in the same way as like somebody who doesn't know you, or like someone who's trying to get to know you on like a deeper level would. Because he did say like they have like a kind of like a predetermined like attitude, and like, some friends who like joke around a lot, you'd be like, hey, would you be there for me if I really needed you? They'd be like, fuck no. Like, obviously they probably would, but then the way that they act towards each other, like, you just have like a way that you are with your friends. That's how they are. They'd be like, oh, like, you little shit, like, fuck no. But like, if you really needed them, but like in that vulnerable point where you're asking that, you kind of need them to be like sensitive and be like, yeah, I'll be there for you. You know what I mean? That's an example.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I think you need both. I think like the healthiest support network is going to be comprised of a therapist and also like friends and family who know you.
Yeah,
because like there's advantages to both. A therapist having that distance and being a little bit more objective is going to have some different insights. But there is also value to people who do know you. And I think getting into that like preconceived notion aspect of it, like that has its own pros and cons. Like, you know, if you just have someone who always jumps to the same conclusion, like without listening, that sucks. But it might also mean that they just know you. And as long as they're like actively listening and truly considering what you're saying and not just kind of tuning you out and going to their pre-gone conclusion, I think that the people who know you giving you input is also good.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to say like the therapist was like a replacement for the support he would give for his friend. I think, yeah, you're right. He needs both, but yeah, like it's because he never had a therapist before, so it was like a new line of support he got that he really appreciated. I was like, oh, that's so interesting, because yeah, like I have friends and family like IRL who, you know, support me a lot, but like it's always hard to talk deep about what you feel, because like it's hard to be vulnerable, you know. But I always felt like it's
a muscle you have to work on.
Yeah, I'd always thought it was easier being vulnerable with like my community, and with you too. I feel like you were one of the first people. Yeah, I think you were probably one of the first people I was able to open up to. Like, you're very easy to talk to, and I feel like you give me a lot of support, like emotional support.
I'm happy to be there for you.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff in chat, Hershey's saying, some people don't hurt your feelings and will be 100% supportive. Sometimes you need someone to tell you that you're the problem. I think that's another important aspect of like the professional detachment of a therapist, because yeah, you might be the problem. A lot of whether or not you're like the antagonist, you can definitely be like doing things wrong or like handling a situation poorly. And people in your life may not be straight up enough to tell you that, and they just may not know because they're not professionals. Best to see if your parents know you. Do you say I don't know or not much when people ask what you do with your spare time? What oh, it was you, Alex. You were just telling me the other day that you like say that to people rather than getting into everything. Yeah, it's like it's like if you're in a taxi or something and someone like wants to ask about your job, and it's like, do you want to get into the whole explaining like what the internet is to a boomer thing, or do you just want to be like, I work at Target? I don't know. And I think with you, Shiro, I've had this point come up a couple times recently, and with Alex maybe too also, that like a lot of adults fucking like don't know how to carry a conversation. Like they just do their generic NPC small talk and they can't engage with you on anything that matters to you. Which like, you don't need to know fucking everything about someone else's hobbies to like relate to them or talk to them. You can just like ask them about what's important to them and be genuinely interested. But I feel like past a certain age, it's all just like water cooler talk, and that fucking sucks and is obnoxious. Okay, I think we were all kind of like they're the asshole on this vacation thing, so let me get
there was not much to add on to this one. It was like, oh yeah, clearly you're the asshole.
I just don't want people I work with and my family knowing I'm a cringe-ass YouTuber. My flatmate and close friends know, because who cares, but I'm not about to walk into work and hear my boss say, didn't know you made TikToks about trading cum with men on the internet. Wouldn't mind speaking to them if they weren't just rude during every convo. That's a big part of it too. I think a lot of adults are like way too condescending. What's a good one here? Some of these are too spicy. Okay, here, I like these next couple. Fan fiction and roommate inviting people over. My dad just doesn't understand the modern world, so any convo I have with him is just a dead end. Yeah, I get that. I said this earlier too, but I'll say it again. Like, old people, you were here the whole time. You don't have an excuse for, like, not getting it. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling friends that my girlfriend, female 33, writes fanfiction? My girlfriend Sandra, female 33, and I, male 35, have been together for about a year now. We're not living together yet, but we've talked about this. We're both working in respective fields. The other day, I was out with some mates, and after our night, I was slightly tipsy, and I thought of surprising Sandra, as I have the keys to her flat. When I got there, I noticed she was asleep on the couch, and her laptop was on the coffee table. She hates sleep mode, so she disabled it while her laptop was on, not even locked. She had a Word document, and it seemed like she's been working on it. Already the asshole, mind your own business. I caught some words and couldn't help myself. I started reading. I took the laptop to the kitchen to not wake her up. Turns out it was a romantic fanfiction about one of her favorite TV series. Nothing steamy, just some silly, girly, romantic notions kind of BS. Cool, so you're talking down to her too. Love that. You know the ones teenage girls dream of and then realize no man actually behaves like that? It's like, no, Susan, I ain't touching the small of your back because you're cute. Not catching those harassment allegations, if you know what I mean. I don't. But again, cool that you're belittling her. I was curious and decided to spy a bit to see if she'd written more and discovered her accounts on 2 platforms for fanfiction. Anyway, she's written a lot of them, all cutesy girly shit, and some naughty stuff. Again, unrealistic in my opinion. This is just like a straight boy being like, bruh, imagine a woman wanting like genuine intimacy and not just like rough sex. That's crazy. When she woke up in the morning, I confronted her about this and she was defensive and started going on about privacy stuff. I told her to cut the crap and admit that she feels dissatisfied about our relationship and that's why she's writing. And I gave her a reality check and said the soft men she writes about were unrealistic. She's really angry and kicked me out. I told her I'm not one of her characters and won't tolerate her mood swings, but she still kicked me out. Later that day, we were meeting our friends for lunch. Sandra came back but barely spoke to me. At some point, we were talking about something and I mentioned what Sandra writes, hoping that people will laugh, and one guy did. The rest just ignored my news, which kind of surprised me. I tried to continue the topic and understand why everyone seemed okay with the cringe, but Sandra called me an asshole and went to the bathroom. Because you were being an asshole. My friend told me it would be best if I left, but I didn't want to do so because I didn't do anything bad. Yes, you did. When Sandra came back, she told me her writing is a private thing and I'm an asshole for bringing it up. I told her to grow up and call me when she comes to her senses, but she hasn't called me since. I told my other friends and they agreed with me that what Sandra writes is cringe. Wait, I told my other friends they agreed that Sandra writes is cringe and should have been called out, and they don't think I'm the asshole, so I'm still confused about my other friend's reaction. I need an impartial opinion. Okay, so not only is he the asshole, but some of these other friends are too. Okay, yeah. This reads to me as 100% like a guy who's like, what happened to all the real men? Nobody goes fishing anymore. And then like, again, people being like, I literally just bullied and made fun of someone. Am I the asshole? Teehee. Like, yes, fucking obviously.
He was an asshole the moment he started going through her laptop.
It just got worse and worse.
Yeah, I was just like, what's wrong with people writing fan fiction anyways? It's just like, you know, they just have like it's like a hobby. Like, chill. Like, some people just can't respect people's hobbies.
And also, like, what a fucking like tiny dick insecure attitude to be like, you're writing? You must hate our relationship.
I know. He has some
like,
insecurities.
Probably she did, because I'm guessing this isn't the first time you were like a stinky, worthless man, but her writing does not automatically mean that you aren't good in bed.
He probably isn't. He probably has a small pee-pee.
Well, he has a small pee-pee attitude, and that's what matters.
small pee attitude on boys with small peepees.
I invaded my girlfriend's privacy. Turns out she likes femboys, so I bullied her to my entire friend group and exposed her interests. Am I the asshole?
Oh, that's also one thing that I hate about having like shared friend groups when a couple has like friends all in the same group. Oh, unless it's like their couple friends, you know, but like once a secret gets out, it's just like, who are you gonna hide it from? Because all your friends are his friends, you know?
Can you give me an example?
Oh, it's just like, I don't know, like when, you know, like when you, let's say you have your own friend group and then your partner would have their own, but like, let's say like those two people met from the same friend group and then they start dating, and it's just like anything you tell your friends, it's just like it's gonna be within the same group rather than like it can be separately and kept a secret, because like they're also friends with that same person that you're kind of keeping the secret away from, you know what I mean? Or it's like,
I'm still not completely following, you know.
oh, okay, never mind, it's okay.
I mean, partly I'm a very upfront person. Like I don't really I don't like code switch much. Like generally, if I interact with people on a regular basis, no matter like who they are in my life, they know the same stuff about me. But also like,
yeah, you're very open. See,
normalize people fucking keeping secrets.
I have so many different friend groups. I have like IRL like 3 different friend groups that none of them hang out with each other, and like they know different stuff about me, because like my work friend group, they don't even know like fully about my sexuality. Like some of them do, like Noob and Karina, but like the whole group they don't even know. But like my personal friend group, like my other 2 friend groups, they know, you know. But then one of them doesn't even know that like sometimes I drink or sometimes I go to parties, because we don't do that stuff type of stuff, and I don't really talk about it. So it's just like sometimes like it's not really that I'm keeping it a secret, it's just like I have no reason to talk about it. But at the same time, it's just like sometimes you don't want information about yourself that one group knows for the other group to know. And that's what I'm trying to say with the whole, like, you can't keep anything.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, because it's all like one group, you know. So it's like anything you say, like everybody's gonna know at this point.
I mean, I guess like it's easy for me to say this, but I would say that like I feel like that's something people should strive towards, is just being able to like let every side of themselves be visible to everybody.
Yeah, but you had an easy life where nobody judged and everybody loved you, okay?
No.
I didn't grow up in your family, Joe. God, like.
I mean, like, if we're talking of easy example, like I'm out to my parents, you're not out to yours. I get that. I'm not saying like everybody should out themselves immediately with like no regard for the situation. Like there are times when, and coming out being a very good example, like you may need to kind of withhold information for your safety. And that's completely valid, but knowing some of the stuff that you like don't want certain people in your life to know, and you know, because like you and I have kind of talked about this kind of thing, and I'm just like encouraging you to just like kind of tell everybody everything. I don't know, because like a lot of it, and in your case, it's like you're like assuming judgment on the part of other people.
No, I'm not. I don't think they're gonna judge me. It's just some people just don't need to know.
But like, why?
Because that type of stuff is just not relevant.
Well, and like you said earlier, there's certain things that just kind of don't come up, and it's more like a lie of omission than a proper lie. But at the same time, like, again, I think the goal would be like, if that comes up, hopefully it would be fine, because you're just being honest about yourself to like somebody in your life. I don't know. I think in your case, the things I'm alluding to, like, I think it would be fine, and that you could just like
It
chill.
probably would be. I think so too, but I just don't need to say anything.
But I don't know. When like literally, you are a partially out of the closet bisexual. Surely, you recognize the like ease that comes with just being open about things. Not saying it's easy to be open about things, but like once you are, it's like a weight off of you. Or do you not feel that way?
I mean, it's not like it's a secret, but at the same time, it's not like. Oh, maybe it is a secret. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what it is.
Well, and alluding to your thing again, there are certain kinds of things where maybe that should make you reflect a little bit. Like if you, and that's not completely relevant here, but like a little bit. If there are certain things that you are like super embarrassed to tell people, like why? Like unpack that. Why are you embarrassed? Because maybe that indicates that it's something that you should examine more carefully. And I'm not talking about like a sexual identity. Like obviously, I'm not saying be embarrassed about being gay or something, but
wait, I'm so sorry. Somebody's calling me. I
sure.
have to step out for a second. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
Take a minute. I'll talk with chat. Shiro's splitting. If you think I'm straight at this point, that's on you. I agree. I still don't feel super easy about being open about things. I think, like, I know this about you, but I think you would probably agree with what I'm saying. Like, it's not necessarily easy to be open, but it's a thing worth striving towards. Yes, I feel like you'd agree with that. I'll say it's wild when two of my different friend groups meet up, and it feels like a crossover special. I feel like, and I'll mention this again when Shiro's back, but like with some of these things, Hershey, that you and Shiro are agreeing on, I feel like the elephant in the room that I haven't yet addressed is like, did you grow up in a white family or did you grow up in a not white family? Because there are a lot of different attitudes about that kind of stuff depending on your cultural background. And to some degree,
I'm back.
I want to challenge those expectations, but also I recognize that like different groups have different values. I was saying that with Hershey agreeing with you on some of these things, I think
about what? What does he agree on?
Just the various topics that we've been talking about tonight.
Okay.
I think some of it comes down to like growing up in a white family or a not white family.
Well, I don't know if it's specifically white or not, but I just think it's growing up in a family that supports you or not.
Well, Hershey agrees with me. He thinks a lot of it is that. Because
being white, really?
Well, and maybe it's not even like white versus non-white, but like white would be in group A along with some other groups maybe, and then like Arab and different Asian cultures would fall into group B.
Wait, what are we talking about exactly?
Like some of the family stuff earlier, for example. Hello, Yukihara. Welcome.
Is that Yuki? Oh my god, it's my little buddy Yuki.
Yukihara, that's Soma, right? Food Wars?
No, he's just Yuki.
Well, maybe Yuki knows Food Wars.
Well, maybe, but I don't think that's his name. I don't think he's talking about Food Wars Yuki, unless he is. I don't know. Solta?
How did you read that?
Is it Soma or Solta? I don't remember. It's Soma, right?
Yukihira Soma, yeah. Well, I mean, it is in English as well, Alex. It's Romanized. There are English alphabet letters. I'm not good at this point. I'm like rusty, so I can't like read hiragana super well. But now that I know that hiragana says Yukihara, I can be like, yeah, that says Yukihara.
That do be Yuki.
Oh, yeah, I got it right away. Maybe it had to translate. That's interesting if that's a thing. Hershey in Arab culture, kids are very much seen as property. Yeah, I like it's an interesting and delicate line to walk conversationally because again, I don't just want to discount like different cultural backgrounds and experiences, but I also do feel pretty strongly about like my opinions on this sort of thing, and I would like advocate for I don't know, personal freedoms, for example, as like one thing. It's wild every time I hear someone talk about their family. I just go, wow, that's super sweet. Couldn't be me. Aw.
Right? No, like, okay, I'm so sorry to interject, but
No,
like,
go for it.
hearing about Joe's or Eckler's family, how they're so supportive of each other, how they love each other, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, everybody I've known growing up always had like difficult time living with their parents because like obviously our parents do provide for us and all that, but like, have you guys ever been hit by a belt? Have you guys ever been like hit by a fucking wooden stick? Like my dad had a wooden stick that he used to jam into our doorway to keep it closed because we had a slidey door in our backyard, and so like we could lock it, but then he would also stick this wooden stick in between the door and the wall so that if somebody somehow picked the sliding door, the wooden stick would prevent it from opening, and he would hit us with that. And like I had this one punishment where like me and my siblings, if we got in trouble, we had to knee down on our marble floor because we have marble floor downstairs. We'd have to knee down. He would put books on our laps, and then he'd make us keep our hands up. And we had to knee down for like an hour or two. And then at any point we put our hands down, he would hit us, and then he would reset the timer.
I got spanked when I was little.
Oh yeah.
Not it, like I was being a shit. Not that that justifies it, but like my only point in mentioning that is that it wasn't just out of nowhere. Eventually though, I just, you know, when I got into like my teens, I developed like I'm not tolerating your bullshit kind of attitude. And from that point on, then I was very like, you know, like, yeah, I'm the kid, but like you need to talk to me with respect and shit like that. I don't know that I ever got like hit with a belt though.
You spoke to your parents like that? Oh my god, if I ever said that, they'd kill me.
My dad, because mom wasn't like on the warpath.
Oh my god. Have I ever got hit by a metal part of a belt? Sort of. Only if it just happened to hit me, but I wouldn't say that was what they used to hit me.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about though, like with respect to different cultural backgrounds, like that's bullshit. Don't fucking beat your kids.
Oh yeah, I mean it's gotten better. Like,
well, you're 28 now. Like, I would hope that you're not getting beaten.
Well, no, I'm just saying like millennials who are having kids. I'm assuming that they're not hitting their kids anymore.
I hope for the most part. I know that sometimes shitty stuff just gets passed down and continues forever, but there is a lot more gentle parenting happening.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like my abuse didn't stop until the one day I stood up for myself in the car. I think I told you guys about it, where my dad punched me in the face while I was driving. And then at that point, that's when I physically fought my father. And then we stopped talking for 3 years. Like literally 3 years, I didn't talk to my dad. And then the Hawaii vacation happened, and then I decided to put my past negative feelings away to make my mom happy, and I spoke to my dad, and ever since that we started talking again. See, I was the bigger person. I spoke to him first, like my brother.
The issue isn't you being the bigger person. I think you generally are because of the passivity sub thing, but like you shouldn't have to be.
Yeah, no, my family's really stubborn. We'll never apologize to each other, but I'm always the first one to talk to them first. But I'm also very stubborn because 3 years of not talking to my dad. Yeah.
Lacey says you tell them they need to speak with you with respect in our family, and they'll go on a long lecture about how when they were our age. I mean, I've gotten my fair share of lectures. like I don't know. At some point, I just wasn't gonna take bullshit anymore.
No, when you tell your parents that they need to speak to you respect, they'll say that, or they'll say, "Are you talking back to me?"
Which, like,
They're like,
fuck that response. Everybody deserves respect, even if you're fucking 4. Like, back on Hershey's thing, like, kids are property. Like, not him saying that, but his parents saying that. Like, or Arab culture saying that. Like, no, they fucking aren't. Your kids are not like a pet to call and keep in line. They're individual humans deserving of respect, whether they're shitting their pants or an adult with a job. Not that those are mutually exclusive, but you know what I mean. Pika says Shiro is the biggest bird. I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
He
what
do
that
be
means
screaming
either.
like a massive pterodactyl, though.
No, I'm not a pterodactyl. I'm a
Kiki
polar
and I were
bear.
watching something the other night, and I don't remember what, but something did like a scream, like in that realm of noise, and she was like, "Ah, Chiro."
What? She knows what I sound like?
Yeah, of course she does.
What?
I mean, she's around sometimes. She just like usually lurks.
Oh. But yeah, no. Growing up with abusive parents, like sometimes it's like it's an adventure. You know, like sometimes I can think back on it. It's like, oh, that was fun. You know, you can only get this kind of experience once. You know, like I'm past that time of my life. You know, sometimes like I think that I was like, I wonder if I went back in time with the mind I have now, but I was a kid. I was like, I wonder if I would be able to like, you know, stand up to my parents.
Mm.
My mom was nice though. My mom never hit me. She would only give me noogies.
Yeah, it sure is interesting how moms usually seem to be the less aggro ones.
Mm-hmm. That's not
I
always the case.
wonder
Sometimes-
why. No, it's not always.
Yeah, sometimes the dads are like the nice ones, and then the moms are the crazy ones. But yeah, no, my dad's crazy.
Mom says I frequently hear something and say, "That's so Shiro, that's so Alex." What, just like children getting abused? And Hershey says, I said I wasn't sure that I was all that religious in a casual convo with my mom, and she said if I ever said that again, I'd be on the street. I was 17. That really killed any chance of me being religious after that. Part of me wants to be a father in the future just to prove I could do better. I think you'd be a great father. You're a very nice guy.
I also said the same thing. Like, I really want to be like, one day I want to be able to raise a kid, and I want to like prove to myself that I could be a better parent than my dad was. Because like, I feel like you don't need to be abusive or hard on your kids to raise a good kid.
No, 100% you don't.
Yeah, and I just want to prove that. I want to be like, I can do it.
I think
I turned out somewhat okay, right?
I think you turned out great. You're lovely. I think everybody should like take that thought with a grain of salt, just because like having children for like revenge isn't good. But if you want to have children for other reasons and you're going into it with the mindset of like, I'm gonna take what I learned, avoid those mistakes, and like be like a really good progressive parent who like listens actively to my kids' needs and thoughts and stuff, then that's great, and you're probably gonna make a great parent.
Yeah. Imagine growing up with parents not hitting you. I can only imagine. Like literally, I think Joe was the first person I've ever met in my entire life where his parents didn't hit him. What? That's crazy.
I get the impression that IRL, you know a lot of other Asian people though, right?
Oh yeah, most of my clique was Asian. Like growing up, all my friends were Asian until I started working.
Right,
I didn't
so
really
that
have, like,
might be part of it.
Interracial friends. Yeah.
Hershey, yes, I love being uncomfortable with being touched due to my ass getting beat on a daily basis. That fucking sucks. You shouldn't have to. Nobody should like be afraid of being touched. That's like a very. It should be like a very normal, pleasant interaction, but of course, baggage may say otherwise.
somebody wants to be touched, I'll touch you pleasantly.
I
No
remember
closed
being
fists unless you want
Alex.
it.
Alex says I remember being confused about religion around 15 because I was baptized, and my parents made fun of me saying, "What are you, a Muslim now? You want us to get a prayer mat for you?" What? Just because you were like thinking about other ideas? Um. And to mom's thing, she just says no. Other people online sounding or behaving like Shiro or Alex. If I were a dad, I wouldn't be beating the child I see once a year, unlike my dad. Lacey is disgusted about you touching people, I think.
Okay, Lacey, I won't touch you.
It's not really fear, but if I'm touched without warning, I go into fight or flight mode. And I don't think that's that uncommon. And like, while in a perfect world, touching should be like a nice thing. People also need to like be aware that, you know, people are going to have different experiences. Like, you shouldn't just be walking up and touching someone out of the blue. I think definitely like head on is better than from behind. And of course, you always want consent. The curse ends in my generation. No babies. Yeah, I think at this point in my life, I'm pretty solid that I'm not going to have kids because I want to like do my own thing.
Yuki, you don't want to have kids? You know, see, for me, it's not that I just want to have kids just to prove my father wrong, but it's more like I do want to one day be able to raise a kid and kind of like spend time with them and kind of see like what kind of person I influence them to become. Kind of like with my guidance, what kind of person? Because a lot of people say that they think I would make a good teacher because yeah, I used to want to become a teacher. It was like my dream job to be a teacher, but I don't think I'm gonna be doing that ever. And a lot of people have told me, they're like, dude, I think you would be like a really good teacher. I think you'd be fun. I was like, really? I think you think so? I'm kind of weird. But
You're very
the weird
bubbly.
ones are fun.
Yeah, you have a lot of energy. No, what do you mean? Yes, you are.
I'm not bubbly. No.
Everyone in
Are you
chat
calling me fat?
Oh my god. Your personality is bubbly. And everyone in chat will agree with me. No, but yeah, you're like fun and upbeat and you're good with kids, so you would be a good teacher.
You know what's funny though? Like all my siblings are really dark. They're always like hating everything. I'm the only one who's like I don't know, trying to be happy. But then you know that's not always true because if people sit in my voice calls, like, oh my god, you guys see how like annoyed I get? I get annoyed at the world. Especially when I'm in voice calls.
People have a range of emotions. Just because like people would describe you as like upbeat or bubbly doesn't mean you're not allowed to like feel different things. All feelings are valid.
I've never seen you annoyed before. Like, obviously, I've seen you, like, annoyed about, like, a game or a topic, but I don't think I've ever seen you annoyed or actually mad.
Honestly, I feel this is, like, a thing where sometimes I'm like, is something wrong with me? Because I feel like my emotional state is so middle of the road a lot of the time.
You just never happy, never mad?
Not that I'm never happy. I'm definitely happy and mad, but, like, my emotional highs and lows, I think, are less frequent than other people and less intense. But like, I don't know, on Twitch, like when you're seeing me, like I'm playing a game, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna be in a situation where I'm that wound up. And like the couple of times where I maybe have been, which would be probably like towards the end of when I was playing Unite, you know, like I'm gonna be like, oh, the randos are garbage, but I'm not gonna be like actually ready to like punch a hole through a wall or something.
Dude, that's me. I get mad to the point where I want to punch a hole in the wall when I'm playing games, especially like competitive games. Like people don't see it, but like I get mad. I made Brodan cry. One of my little buddies, my Kumas, I like legit made him cry because I was like, why are you doing this? You're doing this all wrong. I was like, you're doing everything wrong. You're so bad at this game. And then he cried. And I was like, I know. See, this is the thing. Like, I need to stop taking games so seriously. Like, it happens a lot when I'm ranking though. When I play ranked games, I'm like really trying to win. But like when I'm really trying to win, I take no bullshit and I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I start yelling at people.
I don't watch a lot of you doing multiplayer stuff, but from my past experience, I feel like there's nothing wrong with like being a little bit authoritarian and being like, okay, we're doing this seriously, so everybody like get your shit together. Probably the ideal is just not like going super hard on a person, or like if there's like big issues with someone that you need to address, just like doing it as constructively as you can rather than like it feeling like an attack to that person.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not trying to attack them. I don't literally say that they suck, but I'll be like, if they're in like some random sound, I'm like, why are you there? Like, why are you standing there? There's no reason for you to be there. So that's how I'll say it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, we're sorry. Like, I didn't know. I was like, there's literally no reason for you to be there. Like, now you just got yourself killed, and now you just fed them. Now they're stronger. Look, now we're gonna lose. That's literally how I'm like when we're playing like ranked games. And I was just like, oh, and it's really funny too because everybody's like, Cheryl, you're so mean when you're ranking, and then Lacey will be in the background was like, well, it's true, like there's no reason for them to be there.
No, see, like
Lacey gets it.
This is like the good litmus test, because I feel like Lacey is never wrong. So if Lacey is like on board, then he's probably not wrong.
It's so funny because like everybody is like, Cheryl, you're so mean, and then Lacey will literally be commenting in the back like, they're like, yeah, there was like no reason for them to be there, like they were just putting them in an unfavorable situation. I was like, I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Shiro or Hershey says you're bussin'.
I'm bussin'?
Off of like
God.
Bubbly. Like I was saying, you're bubbly, and he's like, yeah, he's bussin'.
Dude, let's bust together, like, babe.
Alex says, I'm always angry at the world. Even if I have a 99% good day, that 1% bad ruins it. And then I gotta go run people over in GTA. I mean, I do think that you let the Engie in a little bit too easy. Yukihara wants to play ranked with you.
Yuki, you do not want to play ranked with me.
Wait,
I will literally.
I need to know also, is your name a Food Wars reference? Alex needs some hot takes from Lacey to prove that theory wrong. Hershey says pause. What, you don't want to bust together with Shiro? But
Hershey, busing with me will be a new experience for you. You'll never forget it.
Lacey says you just want to improve. I feel like if people want to rank with you, they should understand that they need to be at a certain skill level. Not only that, but like that, and like you need to be open to like criticism, and also just kind of by virtue, like, I don't know, streamer privilege, I guess, by virtue of being the streamer, like you're probably going to be calling the shots. So people, I think, need to get on board with that.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, I don't mind playing with any person on a I don't mind playing with anybody and on any skill level, but it's the fact that when I'm ranking and people are like, oh, I want to rank with you, and I was like, okay, like we could try, and then they do like such basic mistakes. I'm like, guys, I play on a master's level. The people we're playing against are also master level. I was like, I can't have you just running around randomly. This is not a normal game. We're playing ranked. And it's like, you have to understand that we're playing for reals. Like, and you need to get on the same skill level. Like, I'm not trying to say that you're bad, but like, you have to be wary of your decisions. Like, you can't just walk around randomly. And this is why I get frustrated with people, because they'll randomly like act as if they're playing a normal game. And then they're like, Cheryl, it's not that serious. I was like, then why are we ranking? Like, let's just play normals then.
Hershey says, damn, well, it is pride. I can't refuse. And also asks if you play League.
I used to play League, but I was never I think I was only toxic on Pokemon Unite. But the only reason why I was never toxic on League is because I was the bad player.
I think Lacey plays League actively.
No, she plays TFT. It's a little bit different. It's on League, but it's not the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to be master? Do you have the skills to be number one? And Alex says Lacey really said skill issue.
No, literally.
Yeah, no. Lacey is a queen. She doesn't take anyone's bullshit, and I love her for that. Shiro play TFT. The tactics one. The tactics one seems more fun.
Yeah, I don't play League of Legends anymore. I only play TFT because it's easier and I can sometimes win. Except for when I'm playing with Lacey. She always eliminates me for some reason. She just wants me dead.
I don't take people's bullshit, but I'm angry about it. Yeah, no, Lacey, honestly, because not that like you and Shiro are at each other's throats or anything, far from it, but like you don't take his bullshit either, and so I'm like, yes. Finally, someone understands.
I never give her bullshit. Lacey knows what's up, dude. Lacey, well, I can always count on him.
Bullshit is a strong word. I mean, like, when you're like, spaghetti salad, am I right? And Lacey and I are like, you know.
Well, you haven't tried it! Guys, I'm telling you. Spaghetti salad, ice with milk and cereal. Put some pineapples in your spaghetti. It's so good.
We're 100% doing a food stream coming up.
No.
We have to.
No, you're making fun of me.
Alex said earlier too, like, damn, why do Shiro and I say no the same way? It's because you're both bottoms. Vine boom.
No.
Pineapple and spaghetti. Milk with ice, it works. I honestly, I think my problem with it is, I don't know, it sounded like you were doing like way more ice and a little bit of milk. I don't think.
No, it's like, okay, listen, it's like a regular bowl of milk and cereal, right? And then you maybe put like 4 ice cubes in there, just like 4. It's like you don't need that much of ice. It's just like you need like just a little bit.
We do a roulette and cooker recipe given to us by another VTuber. That's an interesting idea, Lacey. Doing like a IRL cooking stream where we like pass off some bullshit on each other.
Listen, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but I'm gonna just like give it a little boop.
Yeah, go toot.
I think I cook pretty well. My family has said that I make really good food. Like every time I'm cooking, my mom always walks. She's like, "What are you making?" I was like, "Honestly, I don't know." She's like, "It smells really good." I was like, "Right? It smells really good." And then she'll try it. She's like, "Oh, it's good." I was like, "I know. Like I don't know what the fuck I'm making, but I'm making something good."
Well, and I'm not talking skill level at all. I'm talking about like, what do you pour your milk on?
What do I pour my milk on? In a bowl? What do you mean? Where else would I pour it in?
On your, I don't know, on your pile of ice.
No, so this is what you do. You get a bowl, you pour some cereal in it, and then you pour some milk in it, and then you throw some ice cubes in there, like 3 or 4. And then it's gonna make the most refreshing bowl of milk and cereal in your life. I'm telling you guys, don't.
Oh, that's why it's weird. Yeah, no, okay. If it was just like a glass of milk and you're like, like I really want to go for like a chilled drink, I don't think a couple ice cubes is like that crazy. But putting ice in your cereal, that's weird.
No, you tried it. You need to try milk and cereal and ice. It's good. Like it will be the most refreshing. It will be like the I'm telling you, it's like as if you had like the first scoop of ice cream in a tin, you know, like when you first open a carton of ice cream and it's like that smooth top layer. When you scoop it, it's just like beautiful. It's like that same sensation, but when you're drinking the milk from the ice cereal concoction. No, you have to try it. I
could see, does it do anything to help like the cereal stay kind of solid and not soggy?
No, but it makes the milk taste a lot better. I'm telling you, super chilled milk, like the sweet. So you know how like when you pour cereal in your milk, it makes it a little bit sweet because like a lot of cereals have sugar in it. Sure. I'm telling you, like that sugary cereal, that sugary milk, especially when it's like super cold, you just drink it out of the bowl like, ooh, it's so good. I
think you just want ice cream is what you're telling me.
I do like ice cream a lot. I like cold desserts. I love cold desserts like ice cream, yogurt, cheesecake. By the way, did you know that Lacey doesn't like cheesecake?
Lacey,
I
this is maybe the
know.
one thing we can agree on. I love cheesecake.
I know cheesecake is so good. I don't understand this one.
I think as people are talking about chill drinks in chat, am I remembering right, Alex, that you just never have cold drinks? I think I remember this. Like, there's this bit in 30 Rock where someone won't have a hot drink because that's the devil's temperature, and then Alex is like opposite. He's like, nah, I can't do cold. Cheesecake is too sugary, nearly made me vomit. I mean, you did get like the shit from Cub, but still.
From which one of my cubs?
Not your cubs. I'm not milking your cubs, Shiro.
Don't milk my cubs. You milk me.
I figured that's what you're gonna say. Not liking cream cheese in general is fair then, Lacey. I don't think that's that wild.
Lacey's definitely not gonna like my avocado toast because I put cream cheese in my avocado toast.
Cold drinks make my teeth hurt. Warm drinks feel wrong. Oh, so you only do room temperature drinks?
Oh, room temperature
You're so
drinks.
funny, Alex.
I think room temperature drinks are the worst.
It depends, but yeah, usually I have cold or hot.
Yeah, I think cold's the best, and then hot, and then room temperature drinks is just bleh. Unless it's water. If it's water, fine, but like anything else, then no.
Yeah, off the top of my head, water's probably the only thing that I drink room temperature. Because I don't know, like usually what I drink a lot of water, and then like juices, and then occasionally a soda. And like maybe if it's winter, I'll have like a hot cocoa or something. Like I feel like I just don't drink that many things.
Lacey thinks I like, don't drink water like at all. She gets surprised when I drink water.
Well, having been around for some of your drunk streams, it is like pulling teeth to get you to have water ready.
No, I'm drinking water right now.
Give us some slurping ASMR to prove it.
It's like literally in my mouth. You guys can hear it, right?
Yeah, I heard it. Room temper apple juice feels like drinking piss. Maybe I like drinking piss, says Alex.
Oh my god, have you guys ever had room temperature orange juice? That's even worse than apple juice. Like, oh my god, room temperature orange juice is disgusting.
I just don't like orange juice in general. I don't like orange in general.
I like orange. I like citrus.
What was our consent? Oh, the fanfiction thing, yeah. We thought, I think pretty equivocally that they were an asshole. So let's move on to the next one, which I feel like is relevant to Alex. Am I the asshole for refusing to inform my roommate when I'm inviting people over? My roommate has social anxiety. I don't really believe it. Fuck, already the asshole. I don't really believe in that because everyone is anxious at some point. No need to make it out like it's something special. But that's besides the point, since I'm not the one here to judge, except you did. Anyway, because of that, if I have company over, they tend to stay hidden up in their room unless they need to eat or use the bathroom. Or if you're Alex, you still don't do those. While this has been becoming more and more of a problem since everyone has been getting vaccinated, I'm having a lot of small parties, 5 to 10 friends over when I have the chance. I haven't seen my friends in a long time, so I think I'm more than justified. My roommate has been begging me to give her even a day's heads up if I'm planning on having more of these get-togethers, because apparently they are severely mentally unprepared and end up having a borderline anxiety attack trying to get something to eat just because there are multiple strangers occupying the kitchen living area. I refuse to because 1, it's not my fault, not my problem, and 2, it's their problem, they have anxiety, and at the age they are now, 22, it's absolutely insane to me that they haven't found a way to get over it, and 3, I'm an asshole. In my opinion, it's extremely unfair for them to try to police what I do in my own home. Am I the asshole for this? Yes.
Yes.
Fucking anxiety isn't some like, I don't know, what shit kids are scared of. It's not something you grow out of. It's just a thing people have.
I have anxiety with people knowing who I am.
And like everybody has anxiety. And if anything, that should make you more empathetic, not more of an asshole.
And the way that he goes about, like, oh, it's not my problem, it's your problem. Get over it. Like, of course people are gonna think, like, the way you're even just delivering it in general.
Yeah, have you ever heard of compromise? When you're roommates with somebody, you need to take their shit into account. And as far as we're hearing here, the person isn't even saying, don't ever have people over. They're saying, give them a heads up, which is completely reasonable. And surely if you're getting 5 to 10 friends together, you have the opportunity to give them a heads up. I feel like this is another softball.
Yeah.
We need to find some more controversial ones. We're agreeing on too much. And I'm gonna look. 5 to 10 friends is a lot. That is a decent a lot for like an apartment or something. I don't know that we're gonna disagree super hard on this, but I'm interested in, am I the asshole about lying about being an adulteress to my son's girlfriend? Let me translate that for you. Am I the asshole about sleeping with my son's girlfriend and lying about it? Yes, you probably are. I need to find something controversial that Shiro and I will disagree on. I don't know. Here, we'll maybe do a baby one. What the fuck? Well, we'll find out what the fuck. I like... They're already the asshole. I like the opening of this. I'm probably a little bit of an asshole in general, so my perception might be skewed. My son has been dating Taylor for about 9 months, and I really dislike her. I know it's kind of a stereotype for the mom to dislike the girlfriend, but she is miserable, judgmental, humorless. I dread spending time with her, and I feel like it's tearing my family apart. So, I have an adult stepdaughter whose mother lives in France. My stepdaughter has a job that's done entirely online and travels back and forth due to COVID. She was stuck in France for a while and wanted to get back to the US. She has never met Taylor. My stepdaughter finally decided it was safe to come back, and my husband picked her up at the airport. Anyway, Taylor came to me the other day looking very pleased with herself and said there was something she thought I should know. She showed me a picture of my husband hugging his daughter at a restaurant. Now, if she had not been so morally righteous in the past, I would have appreciated this, but she clearly looks down on my family, so I played along and started to cry. I said, I can't believe he's done this again. She asked what I meant by that, so I told her he had been unfaithful in the beginning of our marriage, and I'd retaliated, but I'd learned my lesson when I got pregnant with my son and didn't know who the father was. I then told her we never did a DNA test because I didn't want my husband to know. She told me that I was disgusting and started to walk off, so I told her it was a joke. She was not amused. My son called me a bitch. Called me to bitch at me, but I could hear him choking back laughter, so am I really the asshole? Okay, I completely misunderstood the prompt. But yeah, they're still the asshole. Like, I don't know.
I don't really understand the whole thing, but am I getting that the mom lied to Taylor pretending that the son isn't actually the dad's, but she did it as a prank?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Taylor ended up telling the son, right?
Yeah, let me re-summarize this for everybody in chat too. So, mom hates the son's girlfriend. The girlfriend sees, was it son? Daughter. Okay, so there's a daughter too. The girlfriend of the son sees the daughter and the dad hugging and thinks that it's like the dad cheating with another woman. And so then the mom plays along with that thought and is like, oh, it's so terrible. He's doing it again. And then that makes its way to the rest of the family. And they're like, you're an asshole for like gaslighting her.
So the daughter is their actual daughter. Yeah, it's like their actual daughter, but she's pretending that it's...
Well, the daughter is an adult stepdaughter with a different mother. So not the mother's daughter, but her husband's daughter, and it's her stepdaughter. Really, it doesn't matter. The daughter kind of doesn't matter. The point is that the girlfriend saw the dad with a woman, thought he was cheating, but it was a family member. The TLDR, Alex, like, the mom is like, am I the asshole for like going with this girlfriend's thought about like fake drama to just kind of like make her look like an idiot, I guess, and mess with her.
Yeah,
so
the mom just lied to the girlfriend to trick her, and then the girlfriend spread that to her boyfriend.
Yeah.
And now the boyfriend is like, what the fuck?
I don't think this is like the spiciest thing ever, but like, especially considering, is or isn't?
She is not. I don't think so, because
oh no, she totally is. Shiro. She totally is.
She's just playing a harmless prank.
No.
No.
This isn't the end of the world, but considering her motivations of just like, oh, I don't like this girlfriend, like she's just being a total asshole and causing drama for no reason.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. She did lie to the girlfriend, but the girl, you know what? She kind of did it knowing that the girlfriend was gonna start spreading this around too. So it's just like, it would have been harmless if the girlfriend wasn't fucking spreading these like rumors.
No, because she cleared it up at the end of the conversation. She was like, what the fuck? And then the mom was like, called lol, JK, calm down, it was a joke. So
yeah,
like, at the point when she was telling people, it wasn't like, hey, listen to this drama. It was like, hey, your mom's an asshole.
So that's I don't know. I still think that falls onto the girlfriend.
Why? What did the girlfriend do?
She knew it was a joke, and she still spread it.
No, she didn't spread anything, Shiro. She's not telling people that this is true. She's telling people like, hey, your mom is an asshole and tried to gaslight me.
Nah, I don't see it that way. I think the mom was just playing a little prank.
That part isn't up for debate, Shiro. That's what happened.
No. The mom is just like, it's like me going like, hey, Joe, like, you know, like, me and Aloe are dating. You're like, really? Nah, I'm just joking. And then Joe goes like, dude, did you guys hear? Like, Shiro's like fucking dating Aloe. Blah, blah, blah.
Right. That's not what happened. That's not what the girlfriend did.
That's totally what happened.
Oh my god. I feel like this is very clear cut and that part isn't up for debate. If the girlfriend, like, if the mom told the girlfriend that I made it up, and then the girlfriend was like, oh, check out this thing, knowing it was already false, then the girlfriend would be the asshole, but that's not what she's doing.
No thanks.
Alex is like, I am ready for drama.
Yeah, no, I'm good, Aloe, but thanks. We can skip this one because this one's kind of boring. And no, the mom's not an asshole. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she is.
No, it's just a harmless prank.
Because it's the motivation matters.
Girlfriend's an asshole. Girlfriend's an asshole.
Girlfriend literally did nothing other than like, apparently the mom just doesn't like her. You can't just like sabotage your kids' relationships and not be the asshole.
Yeah, you can. What if that girlfriend's a bad person?
We don't know, so we can't like make a judgment call on that.
Well, we're making a judgment call on Mother.
Yeah, because we have information about her.
That she played a prank.
Bruh.
What?
Harmless prank, I say, while tearing out my friend's spinal cord. But hey, she apologized about tearing out the spinal cord.
Yeah, see.
Except she didn't. She just said what the truth was. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, so far only Alex is weighing in, but I feel like, at least with that one vote, chat agrees with me that mom is the asshole here.
They both suck. I don't see mom suck. I think mom's funny. Mom could be my friend.
Why? She's the bitch.
No, she's not. She's doing anything.
She's sabotaging her kids' relationships just because she doesn't like the girl.
It was a joke.
She literally, Shiro, let me remind you, she opened this up by saying, I'm probably a little bit of an asshole in general.
Yeah, because she knows that it was a joke, but like it was kind of like a like mean joke. But like, girl, like it's just a joke. Chill. It has nothing to do with your family, anyways. You stupid girlfriend bitch. Nothing to do with her family.
If anything, we have like one piece of information about the girlfriend that paints her in a positive light, where she's like, "Hey, is this your husband cheating on you? I thought you should know." Like, that's a good thing to do. If you know that, tell somebody.
The girlfriend showed it to her all smug and like, She said that.
Looking very pleased with herself.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, look, like your husband's cheating on you." Like,
because the mom is like being terrible to her.
No, so the girlfriend's a dick.
If anything, the girlfriend is a dick in retaliation only.
No, the girlfriend's a dick. That's why the mom doesn't like her. So the mom's like, you know what? I'm gonna retaliate for you being a dick.
You're bending over so hard to justify this.
No, just read it. Like literally read it. Read it. The girlfriend's like, "Oh, look, you can't even keep your man. He's cheating on you with this other lady." And so the mom's like, "Oh, fine. You know what? Let me just play into this and like make it seem like, oh, I'm pathetic." And then like I'm gonna be like, "No, I'm just kidding. It like this is all just a joke." But then she knew that the girlfriend's gonna spread lies about her, and then the boyfriend was like, "What the fuck? Did this really happen? Like this girl's making up lies about our family?" And the mom's like, "Yes, I got her."
The spreading lies did not happen. That's not a part of the story.
That's why the boyfriend was like, "Mom, what the fuck?"
No, she told me that I was disgusting and started to walk off, so I told her it was a joke. She knows what the situation is. There's no spreading of lies.
Yeah, and then my son called me to bitch at me, but I could hear him choking back laughter. See, because he knew it was a joke, but then this girlfriend was like, "Oh my god, can you believe what your mom told me?" Oh.
I mean, I will maybe concede that.
Even the son doesn't even think it's like, he knows this is a joke. He's laughing about it. See?
Because
the girlfriend's crazy ass bitch.
He's gonna like empathize with his mom to some degree.
Oh, you're just finding some way to justify the girl.
What do you mean?
Like,
I will concede that they're both not great. So like the mom is the asshole. Maybe the girlfriend is also, but the mom, like regardless of whether or not the girlfriend is bad, the mom is the asshole still.
No. Even the boy, the freaking son thought it was funny, you know? Like he was laughing, like he was you could hear him choking back his laughter. See, he thought it was funny. Like obviously it's a joke. Like it's clear that it's a joke.
But listen, what if
girl is like, wait. This girl was like, oh, I think like they're trying to blow it up like as if it was something even more. But I was like, bitch, it has nothing to do with your family. It's not even your family. If anything, like the freaking boyfriend should be crying or something. Like, why is this girl getting upset? Because she's a fucking whore.
Wow, that's quite a leap. What if, hypothetically, there was a young man who excused the negative behaviors of people in his life? And so, even if the mom did something bad, the son would be like, "No, it's okay."
No, that would make her an asshole. But this was a joke. It was just a harmless prank. It was just a harmless prank. Like,
no,
no, it's not the same thing because she didn't do anything wrong.
Shiro, what if you were dating someone and someone like tried to sabotage your relationship? Would you not think they're the asshole?
I don't think she was trying to sabotage the relationship. She was just playing a harmless prank.
It's not harmless though.
Where in here did she say that I'm trying to get them to break up?
It's implied.
You're just making it. No,
I'm not necessarily saying her intent was like, I will destroy this relationship with this lie. But
it's not implied.
She definitely wasn't trying to help it.
Yeah, but she wasn't necessarily trying to break up. She just said she doesn't like this girl. That's all she said.
If you approved of the relationship, you would not.
Show me where it's implied. Show me.
Okay, I will show you where it's implied. It's called reading between the lines, subtext.
No, it's not.
Okay, girlfriend. I really dislike her. Then skip forward to. Well, I don't know that there's an exact point. Just this whole last 2 paragraphs of, like, I am lying to make you look bad. Like, it's 100% implied.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. Aloe can't even chime in because he doesn't even understand the story. Like, you didn't even understand it. You can't. He
gets it at this point.
He's just taking your opinion on it.
No, he's not. Bruh, Alex doesn't agree with me on shit. What do you mean? He's not just like defaulting to my opinion.
Doesn't agree with me on shit. Like literally, anytime me and Aloe talk about something, he's always on the opposite end of it. Like never once has Aloe ever agreed with me. Aloe hates me.
He does not. He and I do tend to be on the same side of like coaching you to not be abused.
Coaching me? What do you mean? Who's abusing me? Nobody's abusing me.
Shiro, everybody's
unless
abusing you.
I want them to.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
I can think of exactly one person who you want to abuse you, and the rest of them, it's involuntary.
Yuki agrees with me. Yuki said, I think it's a joke too. See, Yuki understands it. Yuki gets what's up. See, Yuki, that's why you're my brother.
We need a tiebreaker if it's one each way on stream and in chat.
That's not fair because you're always gonna have Aloe on your team because Aloe will never agree with me.
Shiro, he is not always on my team.
Yeah, Aloe hates me.
Wait,
you never want to agree with me because you think it's funny that we have opposite opinions.
I do think it's funny, but I'm not like ever playing it up. I'm being genuine.
Pika says mom is better. See, because girlfriend sucks dick. Girlfriend sucks dick worse than Aloe does.
Wow. SMH, shots fired.
It's okay, Aloe. I'm sure you could suck my dick very well. I want to see it. I'm sure you can suck my dick to completion.
Hello, Shiro. Sweet. No.
No.
I
don't want to argue. I don't want to argue.
No, I'm not arguing. No. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I was literally agreeing with you earlier on stream.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I was agreeing with you earlier on stream.
Okay, I believe you.
So, like, I'm not always against you. All right, that's all I had to say. Thank you for booing me out of the chat immediately.
We weren't booing you.
I didn't want to argue. I thought you came in here to argue with me.
Whatever. We'll call this a draw.
No.
Yes.
Hey, you said somebody needs to do a tiebreaker. Pika tiebreak it.
Yeah, you're right. Pika did tiebreak it.
Yeah. Don't exclude Pika.
No, I forgot.
Thank you, Yuki and Pika. I love you guys.
Okay. Here is a baby one because there's always a lot of baby stuff. Am I the asshole? Babies. You don't like babies?
I don't like babies. But it's okay. We could talk about these babies.
You weren't booing me out. How about that? No. Well, because we're doing this just the two of us, so I didn't want people like jumping in.
I thought he was about to argue with me. That's why I was like, no, I don't want to hear your argument right now. You can stay in the chat.
Am I the asshole for calling my sister selfish because she doesn't let us hold or see her new baby? Yeah. I am gonna guess yes.
Yeah, no, that's their baby. You have no right to touch their baby.
Well, and like all of these too, it's like, why? No one ever just like denies their children for no reason. It's like because you're doing some toxic shit.
My baby.
I-17 female was recently blessed with a little nephew about 3 months ago, which I am so grateful for. But my sister, 29F, has been off since he was born and even before then. Let me list a few things. Prenatal, she didn't want anyone to come to her prenatal ultrasounds aside from my husband, or her husband, my brother-in-law. They were fine showing us photos from them, but she never wanted us to come. Additionally, she refused to do transvaginal ultrasound, which would have given a better view of my nephew. It's their baby, so fuck off. Who cares? Yeah. Never let us touch her belly and was constantly trying to cover it with a pillow or her coat, especially towards the end of her pregnancy. Again, fuck off. She wouldn't let us be in the delivery room. She insisted on wanting only my brother-in-law there. She didn't want anyone visiting her until after the nephew was born. It's a high-stress time. Fuck off. She really wanted to try a natural birth with no epidural, even though she's a pretty small person. When my mom brought up trying a C-section, my sister wouldn't listen. Health of the baby's important, but like, that's definitely not the 17-year-old's business. Part of me thought she was faking the pregnancy. Jesus Christ. But I did see her changing clothes or taking on and off a sweatshirt and leaning back to stretch, and there's very much a baby in there. So she was pregnant and you just wanted it to be fake because you disagree with her.
Wait, is the baby not even born? Why is she complaining about the baby when it's not even born yet?
She's listing off some stuff pre-birth and now we're on post-birth.
Oh, okay.
And she's not complaining about the baby. She's complaining about the sister-in-law, the mother.
Oh yeah, I know.
She doesn't want anyone around when she's nursing, aside from my brother-in-law on occasion. He says it can be painful for her, and she's not comfortable doing it in front of us. Why? We've all seen boobs before. Girl, it's literally all she has to do. Her husband changes the diapers, plays with him, all that. She just needs to feed him. Fucking control her body more, why don't you? She lost weight pretty fast following the birth. Her stomach looked like normal in 2 months. But she lost most of the baby weight pretty quick. Why the fuck are you bringing up her weight? That has nothing to do with anything. She eats like a bird at Thanksgiving. She picked up her plate, and when I called her out on it, she got upset. My brother-in-law went into a room away from people, and he got her to eat a bit. Again, what does that have to do with anything? You're just like being catty. She's gross. Catty, again. There's always spit at milk or something on her shirt. I've seen her wear the same shirt days in a row. Her hair is greasy or tangled. Her hands have bruises because she cracks her knuckles. The knuckle thing is irrelevant, but the rest of it is like, yeah, fucking having a baby is hard. Cut her some slack. She doesn't like anyone touching the baby. My parents can hold him, and I can too, but at Thanksgiving, she wouldn't allow any of our family to hold him. It's selfish of her to not let them. It's her fucking baby. Anyway, she and my brother-in-law let us know that she wanted to spend Christmas Eve themselves. The whole thing seemed selfish to me, and I told her that, and now she's not texting me back. I'm worried but annoyed. Am I the asshole for calling my sister selfish?
Yes.
Yes, unequivocally.
Yes, like, what the fuck? Why do you feel so entitled to her baby? Why do you want to be there when she's sucking on her tits? What, do you want the other tit? Like, what the fuck? I kind of want the other tit, though. But I'm just...
Are we unlocking your mommy kink?
I mean, it's already been unlocked. What are you talking about?
A nice mommy who can step on you and breastfeed you?
Yo, what? Sometimes I wonder, what does fresh titty milk taste like? Like, is it sweet? Like, we've all had milk before, but what does breast milk taste like? Like, I want to taste like cow milk, and then like titty milk, and then like fresh titty milk, like right out of the nipple. Like,
well, you live in California. I'm sure you can find like a
titty milk?
A titty milk place.
Yeah, like, I wonder, like, is it warm? It's probably warm, right?
If it's fresh, like, yes, all fresh milk is warm.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Ever heard of a little thing called body temperature?
Oh, yeah. That's a thing, I forgot.
Typically, the things we shoot out of our bodies are warm.
That's true.
Anyway, Alex, with the VC thing, generally, I guess I should clarify my rule of thumb is like, if I'm doing like a loosey-goosey thing, or like if I specifically call out that people can join, they can join, but since I'm doing like a one-on-one thing with Shiro, I would prefer to keep it like just us for now. And hello, Cupcake. We're talking about bodily excretions. You're just in time.
Yeah, and loosey-goosey people. Who's loose here? Raise your hands. It's okay. I can help some of you guys join the club.
No, Alex, you're fine. It's not a big deal. I'm just clarifying for the future, but you're totally fine. So don't feel bad and don't go off to bed. Unless you need to sleep, which is fair. And yeah, Yuki, if you didn't know that Shiro likes mommies, now you do.
Well, it's okay, Yuki. I love you too.
Sweet feeling loose. Ayo.
Hey.
Loose ice in the house. That's loose ice, because that's like thing, I guess. That's funny.
What? Loose ice?
I don't know, like fucking I guess it's not really a thing, but I feel like it is. Like
What are you talking about?
I don't know, like you pour ice like in a bowl or something, loose ice.
Is that a term? Who's ever heard of loose ice before?
I don't know. I need you all to watch Drag Race so you can get me screaming let loose.
Ripple's drag race or something?
Ripple's Drag Race? Excuse
what
me?
is it? What is it called?
RuPaul.
RuPaul? I don't fucking watch it. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Yuki says you can have my milk.
Babe, you promise? Can I suck it straight from the source? You know, it's funny. I only met Yuki like a week ago.
Yeah,
Dude,
I feel like
Yuki.
your time to titty is not probably that long.
Yeah, I need my titty milk daily.
Do we know if Yuki is of age to be providing you with milk?
Oh shit, Yuki, do you have age to milk or not?
You don't even know.
I don't know. Do you have age to milk, Yuki?
Fermented. Shiro is 100% a flirt. Yeah, he's a flirty boy.
No, I'm not. I promise. I'm not. I'm too embarrassed to flirt with people. I'm not good at it.
Oh, you're very good at it. This is probably like the 5th time this stream that you've been like propositioning chat.
What are you talking about?
He says I have plenty of titties to go around. Ayo.
Hey, babe.
She brought enough for the rest of the class.
Oh my god.
Titty for you, titty for you. Look under your seat. There's a titty. The Oprah of titties, exactly.
Ew, nobody wants Oprah titties. Gross.
No, not Oprah's titties. The titties,
No.
like the Oprah of titties. You know, like when Oprah's like, "Hey, check under your seat."
There's a
I don't know.
titty.
Someone out there probably wants to fuck Oprah.
I know.
She's probably got like some gilf energy at this point.
Gilf?
Grandma.
Oh, her titty milk is probably like fucking powder.
Well, then you can put that in a glass of water and stir it up.
Oh, like milk tea! That's how they make milk tea. You know, it's like all powdered milk. It's like
I know nothing about milk tea.
Yeah, it's like dehydrated milk powder. Oh my god, is that how they make milk tea? Like grandma titties? Oh.
Yeah, only the finest grandma titty, Shiro.
Oh my god.
How you dehydrate milk? That shit is all hydrate. You can dehydrate anything. What do you mean? You just take the water out of it.
Mm-hmm. And
like,
then
think about it this way, Alex. If milk, like, if you couldn't dehydrate milk, it would just already be water. Like, if you pull the water out, the difference that's left is what separates milk from
and
water. And so then you have dehydrated milk.
It's just like the lactose or the
lactate.
What is it? Lactate. It's the lactate.
I think. I don't know.
The fats.
But no, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Alex. You can't dehydrate water because if you did, you'd have nothing. But if you dehydrate everything else and remove the water, then you have like a dry powdered form of like the additive that you would put into water to have that liquid substance.
You don't like, dehydrate water. That's called evaporation.
If you dehydrated like lemonade, you would have like lemon and sugar and stuff. That's how you get lemonade, water plus those things. I'm dehydrating water. Watch me. Let me know how that goes for you, buddy.
Someone dehydrate my balls.
I don't think that means quite what you want it to.
Well,
because if someone dehydrates your balls, you're just gonna be having a couple little fucking like raisins hanging from your Shirocock.
The Shirocock?
Yeah. I don't know. The Shrock.
The Shrock.
That just sounds like a Star Trek character.
Dwayne the Shrock
I love Dwayne the Shrock Johnson.
First the Shreddies and now the Shrock.
That's a Shrek cock. It is also a Shrek cock, but I think it can also be a Shiro cock.
No, I don't want people to think I have a Shrek cock.
Wouldn't that be good? He must have a massive cock, Shiro.
Yeah, but it's probably green and has like a slug on it or something. I don't know. The only slug I want on it is your tongue.
It's probably cheesy.
Oh, the dick cheese.
He's probably got some.
Yeah, I got a little bit of dick cheese.
Like someone pulls his foreskin back, and he's like, "What are you doing in my swamp?" That took you a minute.
No.
It's probably a little bit gross in there.
No, I clean every day, I promise. My cock smells really nice. It smells like soap, I promise you. I cleaned it today, actually.
What flavor soap?
What's it called? Old Spice.
Bruh, you
I don't
got
know.
Old Spice dick?
Yeah, I got Old Spice dick.
That dick old and spicy.
Yeah, it is. It's not old. It's not old. Stop. It's not old.
You're getting closer to 30, Shiro. We're old.
No, it's not old. It's full of life. Okay.
It's full of, yeah, well, that's the problem, isn't it? You need some of that life drained out.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's too much life in my ball sacks, guys. You guys gotta train them.
If the body wash I used actually sticks around my dick, probably would taste like blueberry. Blue balls. Which is also probably what the Blue Man Group's balls taste like. Nah, I feel, you know what? The Blue Man Group's balls would taste like blue Mountain Dew or something. It would be like a party blue, not like a brunch blue, if that makes any sense. Man, your bitrate tonight is something special. Oh, it was fine like the entire stream, and then it just took a nosedive. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
but at least we're just looking at Reddit and not like playing fucking 60 FPS Stink Night or something. Here's a good one, maybe.
Spicy flavor. What? Yeah, you want to taste, Yuki?
Cupcake Baja Blast dick. That would be bussin'. I've been pausing and unpausing this whole time.
Tastes like the 7 herbs and spices of the KFC recipe.
I went to a Blue Man Group show and they catapulted Jello into the audience and it landed on my lap.
Oh my god, they splooged on your lap? You're so lucky.
That probably is kind of what that implies, isn't it?
Oh shit, damn. How did it taste?
Yeah, what flavor Jello was it? That sounds disgusting. I would probably not be happy, but I'm also not the kind of like person who wants to be in an audience to begin with.
That's
I don't know.
me, and I'm going to a music festival soon. Oh my god.
What, you don't want to be in an audience, but you're going?
Yeah, because it's EDM music. I really like EDM music, and my friends, they're inviting me. So they bought the ticket. They bought an extra ticket. They're like, hey, if you want to go, we have an extra ticket. You could just buy it from me. I was like, maybe. And then they're like, if you don't want to go, we'll just sell it to somebody else. I was like, okay. So I had the option of going or not going, but I'm thinking of going because it'll be my first experience. Yeah, and then they all want to match clothing, so it's like apparently that's a thing. Everybody matches clothing, so like now I have to figure out.
That sounds like a lot of baggage to be throwing on you.
Yeah, but it's like it's our group, you know. It's like the group I go drinking with, and we go to bars sometimes. Yeah, it's a different group. It's like it's like my party group.
You mean the group that you drive around and buy things for, and they do nothing for you?
No, it's
that group?
Different group. No. It's my party group. I have like a work group that we also sometimes party, but we don't party as much. And then I have a party group where we go to bars, we go to like, we just do stupid shit. We go out drinking, we go to bars. And then I have like a nerd group where we play like fucking board games and shit. I have like too many different groups. And then now I have my online group. You guys. And I love you guys.
You know what, sweet? Asking what flavor it was is probably a dumb question because of course you didn't eat it.
I mean, who knows? Maybe she did. She just sucked it up from her lap.
What bar and what festival? Chat wants to know.
Huh?
What festival, if you can say?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah,
that's right. We talked about this earlier. He's like, sure, I'll fucking go. He knows nothing.
Yeah, I don't.
They gave him no details.
Yeah, they're like, do you want to go to a festival? I was like, maybe, because like they bought the ticket. I didn't even sign up for it. They bought the ticket for it. they just bought an extra ticket, and then they're like, "Do you want to go?" I was like, "Maybe."
Yeah, I mean,
so-
I hope you have a good time, even though you apparently don't want to go to a thing or dress up or do any of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's my friends. I should hang out with them. But like, the thing I'm scared of is like
you're so submissive.
They're like they take drugs while they're there. I'm not gonna take any. They take drugs while they're there, so I'm gonna be like the responsible one and watch after them.
I sure
But
hope
also,
you're
like,
not submissive enough to like
No,
cave
I'm
into
not
peer
gonna-
pressure.
No, I'm not gonna do drugs. Okay, the last time I caved in and took a substance, it was alcohol. That's Lacey's fault. Okay, that's not gonna happen again. Yeah, no, like I hear that people like steal your shit there, so I was like, I'm probably gonna bring like a little like fanny pack or something, or like
I would wear it on your front and still like keep tabs on it.
yeah, I think
I'm very paranoid about even just like the pockets of my sweatshirt, and so I always just like keep my hands in there like around my phone and wallet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it'll be fun. I think I'm hoping because I'm kind of nervous about being in a big group of people at a festival. Plus, I don't know if you guys know this, but like a lot of times when you go to like raves or music festivals, your shit gets stolen, like your wallets and your phones, and it has happened to my brother 4 times already. But he's always on drugs too. My brother's like, oh
yeah, well, that doesn't help. If you want to go like real secure, get like a zippered shirt or something, and then have like a chest fanny pack, whatever you would call that.
I'm gonna bring a chest fanny pack and I'm gonna have it on me, and then like maybe I'll hold everybody's phones. But
Oh my gosh, I mean
I
that's
don't know.
nice, but also of course you will.
I mean, it's to be safe, you know, because like literally the last time my brother went to a festival, his girlfriend, one of our friends, like I think there was like 4 or 5 of them. Every single person got their phone stolen. All of them in that group.
God, that's
every
awful.
single person got their phone stolen. And I was like, dude, it's like how? I was like, you got your phone stolen 4 times. Like, I don't get how that happens. Like, you guys know it's gonna happen, but you guys don't make sure. Like, keep it in your hand, if anything. You know, like keep it in your pocket and put your hand in your pocket the whole time.
You know, Cupcake does make a good point, though. I am worried that you're just going to be the babysitter.
That's okay. Like, I kind of expect to be. That's fine. And I'll be careful, guys.
Shiro.
Yuki, I'll be careful. I'm not gonna be on anything. I'm just gonna make sure I'm holding everybody's water. I'm probably gonna hold their phones, and I'm just gonna enjoy the music.
I mean, like I kind of have fallen into that babysitter role before, but not like chronically like you do.
You're my babysitter.
I am your babysitter.
No, you're my mom. Your mother. I forgot. Never mind.
Well, home babysitting then.
Yeah.
Regardless, I'm sitting my ass on you.
Oh yeah, you will. Yeah, you will.
Getting drenched in beer sounds fucking miserable, Cupcake. I can't. People are throwing that shit around. Ick.
I mean, that sounds kind of fun. Who
no,
doesn't like to be
why?
wet?
You don't want to just.
Oh.
I know what you're gonna say in response, but like you want to just be fucking sticky. That sounds awful.
Yeah. Who doesn't want to be sticky?
Tops.
No.
Got him.
That's not true. That's not true. I can tell you that's not true. They love the ick.
Well, tops do love the ick, but that's a different conversation. Babysitting grown adults who are on shit is not fun. Agreed. 100 degrees sweaty, covered in beer is miserable. Yeah, and it's gotta get stinky at that point too, right? Like
Yeah.
beer is not a nice beverage.
Yeah, I don't like beer either. I'm more of like a vodka guy or like a soju guy or a wine guy. Maybe rum, but I don't know. I hate tequila. Tequila's disgusting. Like Lacey loves tequila. I don't know how she drinks it. Whiskey's disgusting. Beer is disgusting. I'm more into like sweet drinks, like wine, rum, vodka. Like,
If we're going by
Yeah.
stereotypes, that makes sense because fruity is what fruity drinks.
wow.
Not that I mean I don't drink, but if I did, I'd be fucking like pounding appletinis. So it's not like I'm one to talk.
Oh, martinis are disgusting. I fucking hate martinis.
Well, is an appletini even a martini? I thought it was just fucking like apple juice with something else in it.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, I hate margaritas, but then I found out margaritas are made with fucking tequila. I was like, oh well, no wonder I hate margaritas. Like margaritas are disgusting. It's because there's tequila in it.
That would do it.
I think one of my favorite drinks, like if you guys really want to try out something that's light and good, try a vodka cran. Vodka crans are really nice, and okay, it's called a tequila sunrise, but I don't get tequila in it. I get rum in it, but tequila sunrise is pretty good too. I just get rum. I get rum or vodka in it. It's pretty good.
Yuki says that like espresso martini, coffee,
that's
coffee
like
and alcohol.
Yeah, like Irish coffee. You can do it like an
Oh
Irish
yeah, I
coffee.
guess I've heard of an Irish coffee.
Yeah, espresso martinis are more like a dessert drink.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it has like mocha in it too. Yuki, we should drink sometime. Sometimes I drink on stream. We should have like a date night where I'll do like 5-minute dating where I like just get you guys in con. I just
oh my
date you for,
god!
like, 5
If you
minutes.
do 5-minute dating and involve drinking, you're just gonna like take a drink every date, and then you're gonna get wasted and barf 3 times.
No, it's not gonna happen. I would never barf on a date.
Here, okay, if you have a drinking dating stream, you have to bring Lacey as a chaperone.
No, she's just gonna poop on my party.
Listen, as your mother, this is my requirement for you dating on stream.
I'm old, okay? I don't need your permission. I can do whatever I want. I'm an adult.
I do want to date. I'm sure most of us can relate to that.
I want to date too. You know, one day I'll find somebody. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting to the age where it's like a little bit too late for me.
Yeah, no, I feel that 100%.
Yeah.
And I'm not even hot like you are.
I'm not hot.
Shut up, yes you are.
I'm the Frost Prince for a reason.
What does that mean?
I'm ice cold.
That is, oh, okay. Temperatures, I guess. I was like, what do you mean? Ice steam people can be hot too.
Oh yeah, Elsa and Jack Frost. Oh my god.
You're like lube. You're cold and you're hot.
I'm lube?
Yeah, you know, like when they have fancy like hot and cold lube. You never heard of that?
Oh, I don't know. I just use water lube.
I can't say I've tried it myself, but I know it's a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't feel, I guess it's cold. I don't know. It doesn't feel hot.
Well, yeah, because that's not like a default lube thing. It's like you have to get one of those.
Oh, I kind of want to try hot lube. That's kind of hot. Ah, that's the pun I didn't even intend. That's funny.
I know it's never too late, sweet. We'll all find somebody one of these days.
I'm just getting saggier by the day, sweet. No,
You're
one's
literally
gonna, like,
working
sag
out.
me.
You're getting tighter by the day.
Oh my god, I gotta fucking reverse the effects of aging. I didn't work out today. I woke up really late today. I went to sleep at like 2 and I woke up at 10. I was like, oh shit, it's 10 already? Like what the fuck?
That's not bad considering that you're so tired. You like
Oh my.
wouldn't have streamed today if not for like bottom guilt.
I wasn't gonna stream anyways. I'm not streaming right now.
Yeah, but you're like participating in a thing, even if you're not live yourself.
Well, that's okay. I like hanging out with you.
Right, but if not for this being like a looming plan,
Oh yeah,
You probably
I
would've
would
just,
be
like,
sleeping.
slept.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I would be sleeping right now. I'm tired.
Exactly. Case in point. Cupcake, warm lube is disgusting. Like, I don't know. Shit's gonna get warm anyway. Unless you're like zombies or fucking White Walkers banging. Or I don't know. Shiro, as an ice prince, do things
Yes, sir.
do things get warm during sex or do they stay cold? What's the lore?
No, they get warm. I wouldn't say they get hot, but I mean it does get hot because it gets like tiring and you get.
Because you're there,
sweaty, but
right?
No. No, but no, it gets really hot. It gets hot. It gets steamy. You get tired. You get tired really fast if you're really going at it. Not that I would know, you know, because I'm an ancient little bell.
OBGYN have a warmer for lube and I hate it. Oh, I get what you mean. I mean, valid, but I think that a sexual scenario and a medical scenario are gonna come across completely differently.
Is that what they put on your stomach to do the little?
I think so, yeah.
What is it called? The scan? The no, the
hologram.
I almost said the hologram. The
I'm blanking on the name too.
Ultrasound.
Ultrasound.
Yeah.
Yep, they have gel for that.
Oh, is that lube? Because it looks
gel and lube. That's kind of potato. It's more or less the same thing.
You know, when I was in high school, not even in high school, when I was in middle school, I used to gel up my hair a lot. I used to have like spiky hair.
I could see that.
I used to have like a lot of gel. I used to style my hair with gel, and then when I realized that you can use wax, I started using wax, and I was like, oh, like. And then I ventured into like curling my hair, and I got a perm. You know, you guys, I used to have curly hair. I used to have a perm, and I used to be blonde. I had red hair, I had blue hair, I had blonde hair, I had silver hair.
You just explored the whole anime spectrum.
Yeah. I had like all kinds of hair. I think my favorite colors were silver and brown. I don't know. I really like silver and brown, but I'm naturally what? Is it just black hair? Is that what it's called? Is there another word for black hair? It's not.
No,
brunette.
I think just black hair.
Yeah. But yeah, no, silver was my favorite, but I'm not allowed to do it anymore because it's unprofessional.
Fucking don't get me started. That's a whole nother bullshit thing. Yeah, I never dyed my hair, but Kiki dyed her hair a bunch.
Yeah, it's fun. I like dyeing hair. Like, I think it was a good way for me to express myself.
Definitely.
Because, yeah, but I'm not allowed to do it. Plus, it saves me money now because I would spend like what $200 dyeing my hair and stuff like that.
Is it that expensive?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta bleach it, you gotta dye it. What, like haircuts, dude? Haircuts are like what? Well, the place I get a haircut is like $30. I get.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but like girls haircuts are like $100. Dyeing it is like probably like $500. But for me, again, a guy,
female tax.
Yeah, well, there's more hair though. They had to use more product. Makes sense.
Well, but for dyeing maybe, but for haircuts, I feel like it shouldn't be that different.
No, it is because there's layers. It's just not. You have to cut your hair in layers.
Getting your hair colored by a professional is so expensive. I guess there's more going on, but it should be like a reasonable amount more, not like it's probably more expensive than it should be, even considering the extra work, is what I'm saying. Cupcake's in the same boat as you. I'd continue dyeing, but it's expensive and unprofessional.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can boomers get over shit? People have hair colors and piercings, and gay people exist. Get over it.
Yeah, it's just a look, you know, like especially in my place where I work in fine dining, they don't want people with clown hair.
It's not clown hair.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to look like a clown, but like I really want my silver hair. I would really like to have like my VTuber model's hair. Like at least the color, because my hair doesn't look like that, but like I think it'd be really fun to have like that hair color. At one point, I sort of had it. I had like silver hair rather than like white or gray. Like my hair. I think I showed it to you, right, Joe?
I don't know if I've ever seen your hair dyed. I've seen pics of your hair, but I don't think I've seen it dyed.
Yeah, I used to have like actual silver hair, like a silver, like a sword. It was fun. I think I looked really cool. Like the one time
I feel like that could suit you well.
Good. Yeah, I'll show it to you later.
Yeah. Okay, let's do another asshole post. Am I the asshole for ranting to my friend about my dating life? I've been talking to a female friend who I've known for about 2 years now. We would often use playful banter, and I recently started to do online dating, which I'm relatively new at. I've had pretty bad luck with my dates, and I was simply ranting to her about how dry my dating life is. I consider myself to be a nice guy, red flag number 1. With the handful of dates that I've been on, they've all ended up in the friend zone. So I thought as a thought experiment, I simply said, what if I just stop being a nice guy and take the polar opposite and be the bad guy for once? I told her I was obviously joking about this, but it was just me letting off some steam. She took it as me asking her for advice, which I clearly wasn't. She also took it personally, which I really don't understand how that could have been taken as an insult. For context, I would often rant to her about different things, and this was no different. When I want advice, I will directly ask, and she knows this. I asked what makes this any different from all my other rants. She says I'm sounding like a jerk, to which I said I wouldn't actually act on this. This is just me exploring what I need to do to get out of the friend zone. Long story short, I apologized for how I acted, but she can't move on with being my friend anymore. Am I the asshole?
I don't think so.
And the edits don't seem particularly useful.
I don't think so. I don't think he did anything wrong.
This is probably the least strongly I feel about any of these so far, because like
Yeah.
being a quote unquote nice guy and then deciding like, I'm gonna be an asshole. Women love assholes. Like that's cringe, but he didn't actually do it.
I think so too. I think this girl is annoyed because I have to be right back. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
Sure. That's an interesting thought. I didn't pick up on that, but I don't know that I would have picked up on it. I don't know. I can see that though. That's like an easy to imagine scenario of just like, you know, because like, what are you picking up on? Because like she listens a lot and that's fine, and then when it comes to dating and him like being an asshole about it, then it like suddenly isn't good. So I could see that being what you're looking at here to understand that she likes him. And I'm wondering too about the like, she won't be my friend anymore. I don't know. What do the comments say? Imagine she's just sitting here, like I've been here this whole time anyway, and it's like, why can't I find a nice girl? Sure. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, sorry about that. My mom made me a bowl of dinner and brought it to my room.
What you munching on?
She got me tofu and chicken.
Nice.
Yeah, yum. No, I agree with Sweet. I think this girl likes this guy, but I think she doesn't like hearing that this guy is like going on dates and he's like asking her for advice on how to like meet the one when she actually likes him. I don't think he's an asshole. I don't think he did anything wrong. He was just kind of like joking about, oh, maybe he needs to take his approach and like sort of be like a jerk to girls. So like maybe that's what they're looking for, you know, like fishing.
I agree with this, like this top comment, like nice guy in friend zone and deciding like, oh, I'm gonna be the bad guy. Those are all red flags. But the fact that he didn't actually do it yet, I feel like we maybe don't have enough information to just like totally blast him. But it's not looking good. Those definitely lean towards him being just a real neckbeard.
No, but he said he wasn't gonna act on it. He was just joking. He said that.
Yeah, but that feels like when he's like, I don't know, like ha ha ha, women sure are bitches, right? Just kidding. Like you can say just kidding, but like you still felt the need to put that out there, and I feel like that's kind of the vibe that this is giving me.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's like, to me, it's kind of like me when I say I'm just gonna end myself, but like obviously I'm not gonna do it. It's just joking. He was making a comment towards women. He was making a comment towards acting differently or doing an action.
No, he would like the thought experiment of what if I stop being a nice guy and be the bad guy. That's 100% making a comment on women. That's just like general misogynistic neckbeard shit, like incel shit. You know, girls don't like nice guys, they only like bad guys, and I'm so nice and they don't like me. It's like, no, there's probably other reasons. And if like past a certain point, if you have to tell people how nice you are, you're probably not that nice.
This post reminds me of that one Kev Jumba and Niga Higa song, Nice Guys Finish Last.
Right, which is a parody of incels and neckbeards.
Yep.
So I feel like we're mostly on the same page about this.
Are we? What do you say? Is he an asshole or not? I don't think he is.
I kind of feel like we don't have enough information to fully say whether he's the asshole or not, but he, based on some of his language, it kind of seems like he probably is. Like,
So
I don't know.
On the flop, the same
I guess I'm less like I'm less condemning him for the scenario he described and more just like seeing some red flags that lead me to believe that he's just kind of a shitty cringe lord in general.
Joe's just making up a whole new story for him. Joe's just making up like what he wants to believe.
What do you mean? I'm not making up a story. I'm like the top comment said, nice guy, red flag. Friend zone, red flag. Be the bad guy, red flag. Like, honestly, friend zone by itself. There is no non-incel reason to say the word friend zone. Unless you're talking about the Polaris show that was fun and I miss it. But in this context, it is just, it's literally just people being cringe. Good night, Pika. Thanks for hanging with us.
Bye, Pika. Love you. Mwah, mwah.
Like, again, let's analyze, let's dig deeper. What does friend zone mean? Friend zone means I think I'm entitled to be in a relationship with a lady and they're putting me in the friend zone. The friend zone doesn't exist. The friend zone...
I put Aloe in the friend zone.
No, you're just being friends, denying someone's advances, that's not putting someone in the friend zone. The friend zone doesn't exist. The friend zone is a mythical place that neckbeards have created for themselves. So, I think based on that stuff, gun to my head, he's the asshole, but like, with the asterisk of I don't think he really did anything that bad in this post. He just seems like he's a stinky man in general.
Sometimes asses don't stink.
What was that?
Sometimes assholes don't stink.
Sure, but this guy is probably stinky.
Okay. I can see your opinion. I don't agree with your opinion, but I can see your opinion.
You're too nice on a lot of these.
No.
Yes.
I think I'm valid.
I'm not saying you're
Especially
not
that
valid.
bomb
I'm just saying you're very nice. Overly
I think
nice.
you just want to see. I think you want to see the worst in people, where I like to give people a chance.
That's not entirely wrong, but I think you give too many chances.
And I only gave them one chance. I'm only judging these people once.
I mean,
one
like,
bad
here's the
thing does not make a person a bad person. You know?
Agreed. But I am hold on, let me start that over. I am also predisposed to thinking people are the assholes if they're posting on here. Like, I don't think there is a single post on here. Well, maybe there. Overall, if there is a post, someone is the asshole. Usually it's the person posting because they're like trying to have people agree with them that they're not shitty when they are. If it's not that, then it's usually like someone who's getting gaslit, like the thing with the baby. Like if the mother had posted that and was like, am I the asshole for not sharing my baby when like the sister-in-law is like gaslighting me and making me feel like shit? Like, no, you're not the asshole.
She wants to suck on my titties.
You mean you want to suck on her titties?
Yeah. Freaking baby being all selfish and shit. I'll knock him out.
Yeah, Shiro had that posted and was like, the baby's the asshole. I want those titties.
The baby is the asshole. Fuck that kid.
Didn't even bring enough for the rest of the class.
I know, right? Well, she did. She did bring enough for the rest of the class, but he just won't share.
Okay, so a lukewarm, this guy is the asshole, I would say, for this one.
I guess. He's neutral. He's just a hole.
Sometimes that's all you need. Oh, okay. Here is one that I like. Am I the asshole for expecting parents to watch their kids? I feel like this could go either way.
I would assume parents are watching their kids.
No, what do you mean? You literally work in a restaurant. Parents don't watch their kids?
Well, those are gremlins, not kids.
Oh my god, same thing. I, 30 female, recently moved to a new city with my 30-pound female Staffordshire Bull Terrier. I thought that was gonna go somewhere weird for a minute. My Bull Terrier, Sky. Last night, I took Sky to the park near our new home so she could run around. Sky is playful and loves making new friends, but she is a big girl and can be intimidating to those not familiar with dogs. So she is well-trained and obedient and comes when I call her name. There were not many people in the park last night, so I let Sky off her leash. As I said, she's a very obedient dog, so I've never had any issues before. I guess she got a bit too excited to be in a new place, so she ran away and would not come back when I called her. I had to chase her. When I caught up with her and leashed her, a man who was sitting on a bench with two small girls, maybe 4 and 6, asked me if I was the owner. I said yes. He told me that Sky should have a leash and muzzle as she's restricted breed, and she ran into one of his daughters, nearly knocking her over. I told him that Sky is very sweet and playful and would not have hurt his child intentionally. He said he's sure I'm right and that he grew up around pit bulls, but that I still need to respect the law and the fact that not everybody likes dogs. He said his daughter is fine and is used to dogs, but another parent might be very angry about this. I felt like he was being condescending to me, so I asked him why his daughter was not being adequately supervised. He told me that his daughters were playing just a few feet from him, and Sky came around the corner so fast nobody had time to react. He reiterated that his daughter was okay, but that I still needed to obey the law. I still think that if he was supervising his kids properly, this wouldn't have happened. Why am I being blamed for his lack of parenting skills? I don't see why I should have to muzzle my dog just because parents are lazy. I was not expecting it to go this way. I think she totally is the asshole.
She's a fucking asshole. He was being so respectful.
Yeah,
he was being completely respectful.
He was being cool about it, and that absolutely could have gone poorly if it was a more aggressive dog, or like the whole thing of like, oh, you're not supervising your kids because they're a few feet away. You aren't supervising your dog if it's running away.
Yeah,
like
it's literally
even if the dad was like in front of the kids, like an aggressive dog would still make for a fucked up situation, because then the dad would have to be like, you know, like, here, let me shield you with my body, children, and the dog just fucking like chomps up his arm. So yeah, no, totally, she's the asshole.
Oh yeah, 100%. She should get a muzzle.
Zero's having deja vu with some of these stories. And Sweet wants to know our thoughts on kids at weddings. I don't
mind.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll wait.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm generally against it, because I think, like, what I was expecting in this story is for the kids to be like bothering the dog. I thought that's how this was gonna go, and I feel like that's what usually happens, is that kids just fucking like run wild and their parents like don't tell them no, like they don't discipline their kids or keep them in line, and so kids at weddings makes for like a bad time. I think there could absolutely be exceptions, and I think that that's fine, like especially if we're talking about family and friends. The idea of like, you know, oh, kid-free wedding, but you can't make exceptions, like, yes you fucking can, it's your wedding. If you have like an amazingly well-behaved kid that's a family member or friend, they can come, and the other people with shitty kids can fucking suck it up. And I don't think people should like feel entitled to bring their kids or like make a stink about it, because again, it's those people's wedding. And it's not even about like a wedding, like for fucking any event, like the people who are running it get to decide what is acceptable, and a lot of people don't like or want to deal with kids, so fucking deal with it. If it's that bad, then don't come.
Wow, you said everything I wanted to say, like literally.
Oh, okay, so we're on the same page.
Yeah, no, like I think if you don't want to have kids at your wedding, that's your choice. People who don't want to respect that, don't come. And I think it's up to the wedding, or like the people getting married, it's their wedding. If they want to make exception for a specific family or specific families, that's their choice. Because
I know,
you know,
all of these stories I always hear, it's always like, oh, you know, no kids, that's the rule. And usually the implication is that the kids are bad, but it's like, why the fuck does there have to be a rule? Just say no kids to cover everybody with shitty kids, and then let the kids you want come.
Yeah, just like some kids aren't gonna run around, you know, they'll just sit in their seats and eat their food. That's it.
I think I remember reading, and I think this was another Am I the Asshole post. It was like someone had a kid-free wedding, and then like there was like a 17-year-old family member who was allowed to come, and it's like their family, so fucking cool down. And also like, yeah, their 17-year-old is different than your like 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Never been to a kid-free wedding. Kids going to weddings in my culture is usually normal, but then again, our weddings are loud as fuck. And like, if people are fine with that, then that's great. But like, you know, whatever works for the people who are having it, that's totally fine. Where I take issue is the entitlement that some people have. If it's like all consensual for the kids to be there, then great. But not everybody's gonna want that. I remember going to weddings when I was like 6. I think I only ever went to one wedding when I was like 8 to 10. Honestly, like, haven't been to one since. Next one might be like, you know, sweets at some point.
What are you talking about? The next wedding you're going to is mine and yours.
Bruh. For myself, I don't want to have a big wedding. Like, I will probably have a wedding, but more like, let's hang out in the backyard kind of vibes.
Backyard barbecue, let's go.
Yeah, like I want to do it, not like cheap to the point of it sucking, but like I want to do it cheap. I don't want to do like a bunch of ritualistic stuff, by which I mean like normal wedding things. Or the alternative would be like go really ham and have like a fucking like satanic witchy wedding just to like upset people, because that would be fun too.
Why would you invite people to your wedding just to upset them? What the
well,
fuck?
I probably wouldn't invite people to upset them. It would more just be like, I don't know, I could fucking like put it in the newspaper or online or something, and someone somewhere would be upset for dumb reasons, and then I win.
Let's say that you were dating somebody from a different culture.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to use my cousin's wedding as an example.
Mm-hmm.
If, say, that their custom is to do a tea ceremony, would you partake in it? Because, like, obviously it has to do with, like, the bride and the groom, or, like, the groom and the bride.
Right, compromising and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Because, like, obviously it's not part of your custom. It's, like, something that you're not, but it's, like, culture type of thing.
I don't have any inherent problem with doing things outside of my culture. I do think it is somewhat unlikely, and I need everybody to hold on with me for a minute here, because I feel like this could be taken badly out of context. I think it is unlikely that I end up with someone from a very different cultural background than me, purely for the reasons of I am going to have a very low tolerance for like family being shitty and family like imposing expectations. If that just happens to not be the case, and it's if it's someone from a very different culture and they have like a very chill family who's like hands off and isn't like, you have to do this, blah 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 blah, or even if they are, but the kid is like, no, I'm gonna do what I want, then like no issue at all. But I feel like in the dating process, that would create enough friction that we probably wouldn't end up staying together.
So say that their family isn't very controlling, but your partner in the end does want to like kind of like go with traditional custom and wants to do the tea ceremony because they want to rather than they're being forced to. Would you still do it? Or
probably. This is something that I'm gonna have a hard time answering until I'm like in the moment, because like, you know, let's say like I date the fucking whitest white boy, and it's, you know, there's no like difference in cultural background or tradition and stuff. If they were still like, hey, I want to have a fucking huge, gigantic wedding, like pull out all the stops, fucking throw it at a resort somewhere, like spend bazillions of dollars flying everybody in, like, money is obviously a big issue there, but also I don't want all of the pomp and ceremony. I want it to just be really chill. So, like, that would be difficult because it's possible that I could like end up with someone that I really love and they tick all my boxes, and then we just like totally disagree on the wedding stuff. And so I guess if they tick all my boxes, they would have to be reasonable enough that I could expect a compromise. So I probably, through my own dating process and circumstantially, wouldn't end up with someone who would be like, hey, I'm a huge bridezilla, we need a gigantic wedding, it's my way or the highway. But it is possible that I could end up with someone who wants like something as opposed to my teeny backyard ceremony. And so then I might end up having a regular but not crazy big wedding. I think that's probably, given that explanation I've laid out, that's probably as far as it could go. I don't think I could ever end up with a gigantic wedding just because I wouldn't be with that kind of person. And so I guess to circle back to your original question, if it's like, hey, let's do this thing that's important to my culture, it would kind of have to depend on like how big and formal is it. Because if it's kind of chill, then I could still be on board with that.
So if it was like something bigger, but like it wasn't like forced, but they wanted to do it, if it was something like bigger than chill, you would say no. Again,
I would be like, hey, and because there's no gender dynamics, right? If I'm having a gay wedding, I'm not like, oh, better do what the old ball and chain wants. It's like we're both coming at this from like the same place, kind of. So if someone is saying like, hey, I want a really big wedding, then I'm gonna say, okay, I want a small wedding. Your big wedding, like those are opposite, but they don't invalidate each other. So then we need to compromise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that's like a different topic than what I was asking, but that's okay.
Well, okay, then what am I not answering still that you want me to answer?
I'm not talking about like the size of the wedding or like the amount of money you're spending. I'm talking about a cultural thing, like a tradition type of thing. Like I guess like I don't really know other customs, but like in the tea ceremony, it's literally just like I believe it is the bride's family just pours tea for the groom's family, and then they just kind of like drink tea together. That's literally all it is.
Right. So yeah. So I'm less concerned with the cultural aspect than I am like the size and scope of it. If it's because like I know nothing about it. It sounds like what you're describing is fairly tiny, but hypothetically, let's say there are shades of gray to that. If the thing is like it's important that like the person I sit down with their parents, like in their house, just the four of us, and like do a little tea ceremony, I have no issue with that at all. If the tradition is we do this at like a wedding venue and there's like 100 people, then I'm gonna have an issue with it, and it's not to do with anything cultural, it's to do with size.
Okay.
You're correct, Hershey. I would have both balls and chains.
And I'd be in those chains. Just up against the wall with a ball guy.
And I mean, all of this, like, you know, I feel the way I feel, but I would say kind of put an asterisk on everything because, like,
you don't know until the moment.
You don't, well, I don't know until the moment, and I can say, like, it's unlikely that I would end up with the type of person who wants a giant wedding. But if I did, like, you know, what am I going to do? Am I going to say, like, oh, we can't do this thing that's important to you? Like, you have to compromise or we break up? Like, if that's literally the only fault I can find with this person is that they want a big wedding, like, no, I'm probably going to suck it up and do it because, like, I love the person otherwise. Or not even otherwise, because that implies that, like, I love them less for the big wedding, which I wouldn't. I would just, like, be annoyed by it. I'm throwing a Disney Dream Princess wedding. Sweet. Fucking have your wedding at, like, Disney World. I would be really amused at, like, a Disney wedding, and I know people have done that before. She's a 10, but she dream of a big wedding. Yeah, I don't know. It's so, and I mean, like, oftentimes when you have like family expectations weighing into this, like, then they're paying for some or all of it, right? Because you can't fucking be like, like, as parents, you can't be like, hey, have a 300-person wedding and fly everybody out and pay for it all yourself. Like, no, that's not how it works. So that like eases the burden a bit, but yeah, I don't know, it's still just impractical. Like, how about instead of throwing a gigantic wedding, you, like, buy us a house then, if you're that worried about spending money on us? I already asked a guy to know. That's too bad. I don't think I'm gonna wear a wedding dress. Not for sure yet, though. Like, everything about weddings is just so fucking gross and complicated. Like, even if I want to just, like, order, like, pizzas for a wedding, they're gonna, like, upcharge me because of the wedding. So, like, I fully plan to just not tell whatever food situation I'm arranging that it's for a wedding. Like, I plan to give them plenty of advance notice, and if something goes wrong, I'm not going to be an asshole about it, but I will not tell them that it's for a wedding, because they will just charge me more money for no reason. And that's bullshit.
So you're getting food delivered to you? That's your plan for your wedding?
I don't know exactly what yet. If I was hypothetically gonna order, like, 10 pizzas to feed a bunch of people around.
You're gonna feed your wedding?
No. Shiro.
What?
Hypothetically. If I was gonna, like, have a backyard hangout for my wedding and order pizzas for people, I would not call up Domino's and be like, hey, I need 10 pizzas for my wedding. I'd just be like, hey, I'm having some people over and I need 10 pizzas. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I'm not expecting that.
Oh my god, this guy's gonna feed pizzas to wedding guests.
Okay, but Shiro, if I'm having just, like, people over in the backyard, if I'm just, like, having people over to my house to, like, hang out, like, what the fuck do you expect? I'm not gonna have, like, fine catering. And yeah, it's my wedding. Like, if me and my degenerate gamer husband want pizza, like, why can't we have pizza?
That's true. The way you say it, though, you're like, it's not my wedding, it's a hangout. But you know what? Maybe that's what you want your wedding to be.
That's what I want. Yeah, I don't want a wedding. Like, what are the things of a wedding? You spend a ton of money, you invite 1 million people, a lot of people make it religious. I don't want that. Like, I don't want any of the extra shit. If I decide that, like, and, like, here's another layer to that. I don't need, like, the legal part of the marriage. I may choose to partake in that for, like, tax benefits and, like, hospital room benefits and stuff like that. But the government really needs to, like, mind their own business. So if I happen to decide that the league, and, you know, I say my partner and I, in all of this, if we decide that it is legally beneficial that doesn't mean I want any of the other fancy shit. I would much rather just like have a chill hang with people that I like and have it be kind of like a regular party. Wedding party is going to be a large fan party or large LAN party. I have joked about like my wedding being like we get pizza and play Super Smash Bros. And now Shiro's like, fuck, I'm on board.
Oh my god, I love pizza and Smash Bros.
I agree with all this. This is why we waited so long to actually get married. Yeah.
You gotta do an online wedding ceremony with like
Twitch stream
friends,
it.
you know? Yeah, everybody go buy their own pizzas and we all play like Smash Bros. All of our communities can take part in this wedding.
Good question.
You're only
from Sweet.
invited if you buy pizza.
We know how I feel now. Tell us about your dream wedding.
I don't have a dream wedding.
Bruh.
I literally like whatever they want, they get. Unless it's like super expensive. I don't.
Okay.
Shit.
So Shiro's dream wedding is continuing to be a sub per usual.
No, stop. Okay, I want chains and balls on my walls.
Shiro says, do whatever you want. Just chain me to the wall, like I'm in a dungeon.
Yeah, put a ball gag in me.
Dungeon BDSM wedding. Let's go. Yeah, he did walk into that one. It was flashing. There were lights and arrows, pointing to like sub in flashing lights, and he still just walked right in.
Every guest has to crawl on all fours and gets their ass spanked by me and my partner.
That's the that's like how you walk in.
Oh yeah.
Get to the door, I get in all fours. You guys spank him, then you're like, "Oh, thank you for coming." Grab an itinerary and find your seat.
Yeah.
Or you're like, "Thank you for coming."
Nah, but like literally, I don't think I really care. Like,
You don't have any like things that you really do want or really don't want?
No. You know what I want? I want a boba bar.
That tracks. You are really hard for boba.
Yeah, you know, I want a boba bar and I want like a game room. That's the only thing I ask for. Like a room where like people can just like fucking like play Smash Bros or something. You know, like after like the whole like reception and like everybody's just kind of like drinking and stuff, we can have like, you know, boba bar. Like, oh my god, that'd be so fun. Who needs alcohol when you could? Well, actually, no, I want the alcohol too. I just want alcohol and boba.
I'd probably just be like BYOB. Like, I don't drink, so I'm not gonna fucking provide that shit. But as long as you're not getting like sloppy and knocking tables over, if you want to bring a beer or something, like, go for it.
My sister got sloppy toppy at her own wedding. When I went to my sister's wedding 2 years ago.
That's not what that means. Sloppy toppy?
Sloppy toppy. Yeah, she got sloppy and she was all toppy.
Still not what that means.
I don't know what it means, but
sloppy
anyway.
toppy is like getting head, Shiro.
Oh.
Not just getting sloppy drunk.
Oh, well, my sister got super sloppy and then her husband got super sloppy. I felt so bad because by the end of the wedding, they got so drunk. My brother-in-law, her husband, his mom was waiting to have her dance with him. Because, you know, like there's a father-daughter dance and then the mother and the son dance. She never got to have her mother and son dance because they delayed it because it was like something with the dinner. They delayed it, and then he got drunk, and then he like passed out on the toilet. And literally, as all the guests were leaving, literally like the party was ending, and the guests were leaving, she sat in her chair and she waited. And then she actually asked me. She was like, "Oh, do you know where blah blah is?" And I was like, I think he's in the bathroom." So I went to go look, and then all the other groomsmen were in the bathroom, and they were like helping him. And I was like, "Oh my god!" And then she was like, "Yeah, it's getting really late, and like I haven't had my dance with him yet." And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "You can't do this to your mom." And then unfortunately, it got really late, so she ended up leaving. And I was like, You left your mom hanging. Like, it was so sad. Like, everybody was leaving. She was like one of the last few people, and she sat there in her chair just waiting for him.
Aw.
I was like, oh, poor mom. I was like, oh, this poor lady. She just wanted to dance with her son, and he got so fucked up. He couldn't. I was like, oh, that poor lady.
That's a
I
bummer.
felt so bad for her. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Oxenol. I appreciate it.
Yeah, my sister got super fucked up too. Like, I had to take them to the hotel room. So all the groomsmen went home, all the bridesmaids went home, and I was the last one. Well, the best man was with me. And I was one of the groomsmen. And then they're like, yeah, like, can you put them in your car and then you drive them to the hotel and then we'll follow behind you? I was like, dude, you guys are gonna put them in my Tesla? I was like, they're gonna throw up in my car. I was like, no. They're like, yeah, we can't put them in our car because we have like a lot of stuff in our car. And I was like, oh my god. I was like, I was so scared my sister was gonna throw up in my car because he was already throwing up. My brother-in-law, he was already throwing up, but we had a bag on him. And I was like, please don't throw up in my car.
Hi, Green. Thanks for the raid.
Hi, Gween. Do you want to address that? I'll wait.
I mean, I don't do like a ton for like raids and stuff. I hope you guys are having fun. I can't talk. I hope you guys are having fun playing Smash Bros. We're talking about Am I the Asshole
Sloppy
stuff.
Toppies.
And yeah, we're talking about Shiro's sister getting sloppy toppy at her wedding.
Yeah, everybody saw it. But yeah,
you are just a chronic babysitter.
Yeah, that's just what I am. I guess I'm just a babysitter for everybody. It's okay. It's okay. I have my own babysitter, Lacey. She babysat me, kinda, sort of. I don't know. She was the reason I got drunk in the first place. So, bad babysitter, should be fired. But yeah, no, it was really annoying too because by the time we got them to the hotel room and I got them in upstairs, my sister's like, "Where's my purse?" I was like, "No." I was like, "No, don't tell me you left your purse." I was like, "No." I was like, "We're already at the hotel," and she was like, "I didn't have my purse." And then I went back into my car to find it. I was like, "I can't find her fucking purse." And then the venue already closed. And then we found out that one of the bridesmaids ended up taking my sister's purse because she left it in the bridal room. And I was like, "Oh, thank God somebody took it."
Lacey says, "Aw, you want me to tweet you like Will, baby? I will."
I'm a baby. I'm a little
baby bell.
I'm a baby bell.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Getting drunk at your own wedding, like, what a waste. You want to fucking remember that shit.
Yeah, no, it was bad. It was so bad. But yeah, I'm going to another wedding next year. I went to my sister's wedding 2 years ago, my cousin's wedding just a couple months ago, and then next year another cousin of mine is getting married. So, everybody's getting married, and here I am single.
We're kind of at that age.
Yeah.
But also that's normal too because gays do stuff later.
Yeah.
So you're not alone in that. All right, yeah, no, we're fine. Let's find another asshole thing. I feel like a lot of these aren't that spicy, even though we're sorting by spicy.
Yeah, not spicy like my Old Spice body wash.
How is the asshole rating so far? I feel like we started out kind of what I expected, like very opposite on things, because Shiro like forgives everybody. And then we found a lot that we did agree on, surprisingly. And now we've circled back a little bit to disagreeing a bit.
And if these people were prisoners of Milgram, they're gonna get off so easily. You don't understand the reference, but Lacey does.
What is Prisoners of Milgram? Is that the pre-MMO Final Fantasy 14?
No, it's like this YouTube show that has to do with anime people. Don't worry about it. It's really good, but don't worry about it.
Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my teacher that she embarrassed me in front of everyone and that she was an idiot. So I,
No.
13 female, have been with my partner, 14 male, for a few months now. We are so happy together, and nothing let us affect our relationship, even though my friends dislike him. So the situation is, I had a favorite teacher, Mrs. K, and I thought she was a nice teacher, but one day when me and my partner had to go to class since the bell rang for third period after nutrition break, we hugged, as always, and suddenly Mrs. K yells, "No hugging, no holding hands or kissing. Next time I'll say it louder." Me and my partner were red in the face and immediately went to class. Also, this was in public. I can tell a kid wrote this. During sixth period, I had to ask her, and I asked to use the restroom, but she stops and tells me that I was being inappropriate to do those things. She didn't even apologize. I just nodded and went to the bathroom and ended up breaking down in tears because I had gotten embarrassed by my favorite teacher. I went back to the classroom and Mrs. K asks if I'm all right, and I don't know what got into me, but I snapped and yelled, "All right, of course I'm not all right. You just embarrassed me in front of a bunch of kids. You handled this very inappropriately and you didn't apologize. You're such an idiot for thinking it was okay to do that." My teacher told me to go back to my seat and she'll talk to me later about my behavior. When the bell rang, I ran out of class as fast as possible. I told my partner he's on my side, and apparently the teacher called his mom saying he was bothering other students. My parents told me I was wrong for calling her an idiot and I need to treat her with respect. Am I the asshole?
Say no one's the asshole.
I think it's very funny that like this 13-year-old is like, "Oh, my partner." I mean, like, poor judgment calling her an idiot, because like, even though I was saying earlier that you should be able to say shit, and I stand by that, like, obviously that's not going to go over well. But I think the teacher is more the asshole here.
Say no one's an asshole. I would say what she did was, yeah, it embarrassed her, but I think if the girl just talked to her, the teacher would have apologized. You can't just suddenly just be like,
I don't know
you're
about
in the
that.
wrong, you're an asshole. Like,
There's adults like refuse to apologize.
not all adults. You can't just make an assumption, Joe. Not every person's the same person.
Most adults refuse to apologize.
No, but you it's the same thing. You guys you and Aloe generalize people so much. Like, just because some people hurt you in some way, you can't just think that all old people are cranky. You know, some old people are actually nice. Some people, like, there was an old lady who I was like, yeah, I've been working for 14 hours. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and blah, blah, blah. She felt sorry for me. Like, in your case, if you said that to some old lady, she was like, "Well, suck it up. You got energy, you're young." No, like, some people aren't the same, Joe!
I don't know. I get that, like, PDA is a thing in school, but I don't like, I don't fully agree with that. I don't like the idea that adults are imposing shit on kids. I feel like most like, I have a real problem with authority. I feel like most authority is bullshit and mishandled, and school is a big example of that. She already listed here that it was addressed after the situation when she has to go to the bathroom and she didn't apologize.
Yeah, but she also called her teacher an idiot at that time, so
After that. And hello,
Yeah,
Parky.
And I think when she said that the teacher wanted to talk to her afterwards, but the girl ran out before she got to, I think that could have been a moment where the teacher, could have, like, addressed it gently, and, they could have talked to her and apologized. But, like, I don't know. I don't see either of them as asshole. I do think that they're both in the wrong, but it doesn't make them necessarily an asshole. I think it was her wrong for embarrassing them and calling them out like that. Yeah, she's in the wrong, but it's also the girl's in the wrong for calling her teacher an idiot. Like, she jumped the gun.
Here, let's rewind a minute too to the beginning. The kids hugged and the teacher yelled at them. Like, that is a huge overreaction, and therefore,
well, here's the thing. When you say yell, is it like, "No hugging," or is it like, "Hey guys, no hugging"?
Frankly, I think either is inappropriate, and it's not your business to, like, police kids touching each other, which sounds weird, but I don't know. It's like, educators focus on the wrong things. Like, they'll yell at kids for, like, hugging or like girls for wearing clothes that are distracting to boys, and then they won't deal with like actual bullying or something. Like the system is not utilized in a productive way a lot of the time. And I feel like that's where you need to like, and especially with kids, you need to like apply logic and empathy more than like blindly throwing rules around as a blunt force.
Well, rules are there for a reason.
Not a good one. Like, especially, you do know that the way school is set up is just to produce like compliant factory workers.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah,
so
I agree
so then if we expound on that, most of the school rules are bullshit and are literally made to like grind you down and put you in your place.
Look about this. Let's say you were a business owner. Let's say a small business owner. I don't want to say a big one.
Sure.
A small business owner. Do you want all of your employees to always constantly be defying you and be like, why can't I act this way? You're like, well, because these are my rules. Like, no. Like, I do think that there's always a time for free speech and then a time for you to stand up for yourself. And I agree. You know, like, you want people to be not subs. You want people to be them. You want people to protect themselves. But at the same time, I always think that there's always a time and place. And sometimes you just have to stand in line. And I'm not saying like you have to back down, but I always think that there is always a time for you to address it. And you don't address it by calling your teacher an idiot. You address it by telling her, hey, that made me uncomfortable and blah, 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 blah. But like I said, like, I don't think the teacher, when she said that, she was like, oh, I'm going to embarrass them on purpose. No, she just...
I have had teachers that do that kind of shit, though.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You guys are generalizing it again, where you're like, oh, that happened to me once. That means everybody does it. You know, it's like, that's not the case. Like, kind of how you say old people are always cranky and rude to the younger generation. I was like, literally yesterday, I was telling this old couple how I've been working for 14 hours. I'm so tired. I was like, I can't wait to go home. And they're like, oh, we're so sorry. You know, they were like really understanding. They were sweet about it. But in your case, no, they would have been like super bitchy and told me to like, you know, suck it up. That's not how it is. You can't just generalize people just because you had one bad experience.
Chat is saying some stuff that is useful here. Like Lacey's saying, we can only go off the story, which, yeah, we're not getting both sides of it. I agree with Warden too that like, yeah, it's a kid telling it, so you can't fully trust that.
They're being like super dramatic.
I don't know. I agree that this isn't like a strong
but also the nature
way,
of these posts is literally to judge based on what they give us. So
yeah,
that is, we can't like dive in too deep, but I just think that just from what they give us, she's trying to victimize herself, you know. But obviously, you know, they always want people to be on their side, so they're gonna look like the victim. But at the same time, it's just like, really, the teacher didn't do much.
I'm actually
like
I'm curious about what the comments are saying.
Yeah,
I like that the top comment is also like really, partner. I thought that was very funny too.
Yeah, but yeah, if you look at it, really, the teacher didn't do much, and the girl was kind of a dick for calling her an idiot. But I don't think they're both in the right, but I don't think they're both in the wrong either. They could have both addressed it better, but they didn't really do anything to be labeled an asshole. It was like literally all she told them was like, yeah, stop hugging, stop kissing, you know?
Well, but it wasn't even kissing though. It was hugging, and then she extrapolated to hugging, holding hands, heaven forbid, or kissing.
Well, maybe that was the rules. Maybe she was just repeating the rules.
Sure, but I don't know. I like the evaluation of the post is that the kid was the asshole. And I'm not a fucking huge fan of kids or anything, but I have trouble with just like, I don't know. I don't the rules of things. I know this is to like get ahead of angry parents and stuff, but it's not an educator's place. Like, kissing is a little bit more of a gray area. It's definitely not an educator's place to tell kids that they can't fucking hug. That's bullshit.
I don't know. I think
I think the people
We're
in this
being a little
comments,
bit
I'm feeling
sensitive
like
on
it's
it.
too people that are too like down to just follow the system. What were you saying about sensitivity?
No, nothing. Never mind. I don't
Bruh.
know. I think we're just diving too deep on it. I don't know. It's not that deep. No, we're not getting into this whole political system shit. Like, it's literally somebody just saying, "Hey, get in the classroom, stop hugging and kissing," and this
Lit-
girl being over dramatic. I was like, "It's not that deep, guys. It's not that deep."
She didn't mention the pandemic, Lacey. If that was the case, then that changes the situation completely. And I agree with the teacher because that kind of stuff is important. I was operating under the assumption that this was just normal authoritarian bullshit. In which case, I've said what I've said, but if it's pandemic stuff, then like, yeah, people need to fucking keep their distance.
But yeah, do you think she's an asshole? The student. We're not talking about the teacher because it's not about the teacher.
I think she was foolish. I don't think she's the asshole. I think the
Yes.
teacher maybe is slightly, but also not like in a major way.
I would put them both on the same terms, I guess.
There's a lot of what ifs here. This feels like the most what ify one that we've done, in large part because you can't trust a child.
Yeah, like she was being like super over dramatic. But yeah, like no, I don't think both of them are I don't think either of them are assholes, but I don't think either of them are like better than the other. And I will leave it at that.
Let's maybe do like one more because we're getting to a late time at night, and then we'll call it a stream probably.
Okay.
Let's find a good one. I guess I haven't really been paying attention, but you can see in this column, like, we've come across one that is not the asshole so far.
Oh, you can
just
label
finally.
them at... Oh, I just realized that on the side you could label them as the asshole.
It's like whatever the consensus is, I guess.
Wait,
from the
I want to
comments.
know about that one we just saw then, about that little 12-year-old.
It marked her as the asshole, the kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Honestly,
like I said, the comments were like, oh, back in my day, I couldn't, like, it was a bunch of fucking boomers being like, you better follow the rules and get in line. Oh, here's one.
I do think that she was a little bit more malicious when she called the teacher an idiot, rather than the teacher telling them no hugging, no kissing, no holding hands. I think the intent behind it was her being frustrated and she wanted to like insult the teacher. But anyways, we can move on.
Sure. Am I the asshole for complaining about an Amber Alert? I also find Amber Alerts very annoying, so
yes,
that's why. Last night at around midnight, my phone, which is set to Do Not Disturb, started blaring loud klaxon horns, full volume, with a message about an Amber Alert. It said the little girl had been abducted by her father, was last seen 5 hours earlier in a region 58 miles west of me, heading east in a car, this make, model, and plate. I complained on Facebook that the alert shouldn't have been sent so broadly, and especially to people whose devices had been deliberately silenced. At midnight, when those D&D device, I don't know what D&D means, when those device owners were likely dead asleep. Oh, do not disturb. My stance is that tech shouldn't be overridden like that, or at the very least, it should be used with more nuance. Alert phones that aren't in do not disturb mode require manufacturers to have software switch allowing alerts to set on by default, if you like, etc. My contention was that people who are most likely asleep at midnight with their phones on mute are in a poor position to help you at a specific car 5 hours ago and 58 miles away. Additional context, I've been unemployed for over a year. I don't know if this is actually that useful. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so, what she said so far. Am I and the many people who called the police station to complain the asshole? I'm gonna say no. I'm kind of surprised that this post says yes, because I have similar feelings. Obviously, it's important to get that information out there. We want to help people, but a lot of people, myself included, are not in a position to do much. And if I do what I think is telling my phone to shut up, I expect it to shut up. I don't know what phone they have. On iPhone, you can go into settings and like turn on and off different kinds of Amber Alerts for like missing people and weather and stuff like that. I don't know how that behaves with Do Not Disturb. I would hope that it would. Well, I don't know, because I like, part of me hopes that like if I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, it would shut up. Part of me also hopes that if it's like flooding nearby, it would like ignore the Do Not Disturb and tell me. And I guess it's like a different priority here, right? Because like if it, and that's why it's nice to be able to toggle the settings, but as a general rule of thumb, I feel like the default behavior should be, if it is alerting you to another person's problem, that should not bypass Do Not Disturb. If it is alerting you to a problem that might affect you, then it should. What do you think about all this?
I think that she isn't the asshole for this, but I kind of agree with you, but I kind of disagree with you with the whole Do Not Disturb thing. I feel like an Amber Alert should never be muted. So the way it is now, I feel like it should be, because this is like a whole, like, it could cost a person a life, and you suddenly waking up, being and having your sleep disturb, are you really gonna weigh that on somebody's life? Like, I know, like, and I agree, like, basically, like 99.9% of the time you will never be able to do anything. Mm-hmm. And yes, but you never know, and maybe you will be that 0.1% where you did see that person. Chances are you never will. You'll never ever be able to help somebody, but it's never a 0% chance, And are you really gonna weigh your sleep over a whole life? You know what I mean? And the whole thing about like weather and stuff like that, you could be in immediate danger. And you even mentioned it, you're like, yeah, I would like it if it pertained to me, but I didn't like the comment about somebody else's problem, because yeah, technically it is somebody else's problem, but you could be that one factor that could save that. That could solve the problem. Because imagine all the people who went missing and they just never were found.
I think that's a totally fair take.
Yeah.
I feel like, because I think myself and most people aren't going to be like, oh, I can't believe you're telling me about missing people. Like, no. You need to help people out with that kind of stuff if you can, but I think it's just annoying.
It is annoying
for your phone to like. Cause I don't know. This is maybe something where this should be like, I don't know. There should be onboarding for it somewhere to like inform people about how their phone's settings interact with this. Cause like, I don't know. Here's the thing, and I don't crucify me for this, internet at large, but like, if I'm asleep and like I see an Amber Alert at 2 a.m. like, well, I don't know. I guess I kind of see your point too. I was gonna say, like, if I see an Amber Alert at 2 a.m. for like a missing person, I'm just gonna be like, what the fuck? I'm sleeping. I'm not gonna like get up and do something about this thing I know nothing about. But I guess on like the 0.1% chance or something, if it's like, this person was abducted here by blah blah blah, and then maybe there's someone who's like, oh, like I saw something weird earlier, and now with the context of an Amber Alert, that like makes sense and I can do something about it. So I don't know. I guess I'm coming around a little bit on it, but I still.
No, like I agree. It is annoying. Yeah. It's like, like honestly, Amber Alerts don't even bother me. Like no matter what time it is, like because it beeps for like 30 seconds, maybe a minute, and then it goes away forever. Like it's fine. I can deal with it for a minute, even if I'm sleeping, like, and it wakes me up, like whatever, But no, I can get what you mean by like it's disturbing. It could be annoying, but like yeah, like are you really gonna weigh that 1 minute of sleep that you lost over somebody actually losing their life? It's just like it's not that big, But I was like, no, I don't think this person is an asshole. This is not something that they did. This is more of an opinion. This is like, you can't be an asshole over an opinion, you know? Like, well, maybe you can, but like, no, this opinion doesn't make this person a bad person.
Here's the other thing is, like, you know, here I am saying that, like, I don't want to be disturbed in the middle of the night or something, but I've also gone to the trouble of, like, fiddling with my settings to get it to be how I want. So, like, I know that getting woken up in the middle of the night would bother me, so I've dealt with it as best I can. It sounds like they tried to do that, or they assumed it would be a certain way, but, like, if you care that much, you can also go fiddle with your settings more, probably.
Yeah, no, I do think that it should never be muted. Like, you should never have the option to, for your safety and the safety of others. I think that if the government or whatever the general security around the area believes that we need to know this information, I think we need to know it.
That's fair.
Yeah. But like, anybody who thinks otherwise doesn't make them an asshole or it makes them a bad person. It's just like their personal opinion and their preference. This opinion doesn't hurt anybody, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. This was an easy one. I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't that spicy. That was kind of short too, so let's do one more.
I do think that, you know, we had a kind of a good talk on it. It gave like a little bit of perspective, but yeah, no, this one was easy. But I'm surprised that people voted this person an asshole because, like, that's weird.
We could look at the comments a little bit more. I'm assuming, I feel like it's gonna be not that dissimilar from our discussion and like what chat had to say and stuff. It's just gonna be like, I feel like a harsher judgment.
I need to mute myself really quick because my mom's calling me.
Okay. Or here, like, it sounds like this person is upset at just the number of people complaining about it. Like, you know, I mean, getting upset about complaints is like valid in itself too. Yeah, I think like I was saying, it's just a more harsher judgment of kind of the same logic
Of what we were saying.
Yeah. Am I the asshole for telling my husband he shouldn't have gotten an ice cream cone? Let's look at that one. Today, my husband, 38 male, and I, 40 female, took our daughter 4 and son 2 to get ice cream as a reward for our daughter since she did well in soccer practice. I really don't have a sweet tooth, but my husband and kids do. I ordered a small scoop in a cup to share with my son, while my daughter got a kid-sized cone, and my husband got a regular-sized cone with 1 scoop of ice cream. I should add here that my husband and I are planning a beach vacation to celebrate our 10-year anniversary in a couple months, and he's been trying to lose weight to get ready for it. He's not obese by any means, 6 foot and about 200 pounds, but he wants to feel comfortable in a swimsuit while on vacation. Already they're the asshole. Don't fucking control your partner's body and weight. When I saw his ice cream, I said that he should have just gotten a kid-sized cone. He basically laughed it off and kept eating his ice cream. A few minutes later, I added on that not only did he get the regular-sized cone, he got one that was dipped in chocolate, oh no, and had just eaten deep-fried fish and chips the night before. He got a little upset at this point and replied that he had done 4 intense workouts this week and had already lost 7 pounds over the past 5 weeks, and that it doesn't matter if he eats dessert once a week. I told him that I just didn't want him to undo all of his hard work since I know he wants to be ready for vacation. Later, he told me that he didn't think it was okay for me to fat shame him in front of our kids, or fucking in private. I reminded him that I've told him many times it really annoys me when he eats desserts because they're so unhealthy, but he does this anyway. Fuck you, lady. Now he seems upset with me when I'm just trying to help him be healthy. So am I the asshole for telling my husband he shouldn't have gotten an ice cream cone? Yes. Easy.
Well,
oh
nah, I'm just kidding.
I know. I 100% Warden and Green. Easy. This person is the asshole. Fucking that line at the end. I've reminded him that I've told him many times it annoys me when he eats desserts because they're so unhealthy. What the fuck? You don't get to be annoyed because someone is like eating something they enjoy. do you actually have anything to say in defense, or are you just like trying
The
to start
only
shit?
thing I would say in defense, but I'm not even in the slightest agreeing with her. It's just
Mhm.
that, you know, I've been trying to lose weight for vacation, which I'm going on in like a couple weeks, and like oh my god, I have boba at least like once a week, so like I get it. It's kind of hard to lose weight when you're always drinking boba, but that's not me defending her. But I just like, you know, I get the struggle because I'm trying to lose weight too.
What I think is important with that kind of idea is like, if the dude is like trying to lose weight or something, he can say like, hey honey, can you help keep me accountable or something, which is clearly not what's happening here. So not only is she like imposing her own judgment without him asking, he like, you know, laughs it off, the interaction ends, and then she can't fucking let it go, so she brings it up again a few minutes later. Like, tell me without telling me that you just value your own opinion over someone else's. They said their thing, it's done. You don't need to fucking bring it back up. I think she's a huge asshole here, because not only is she doing a shitty thing, but this is like indicative of like a real shitty attitude in general.
Yeah, no, she's an asshole. She's fat shaming him. She's judging him. She's like making him feel bad about himself, which is literally what I still go through.
Yeah, so bruh, when I tell you that you shouldn't, not that I fucking own your life or anything, but like, I don't know, I get annoyed on your behalf about that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's okay. This is ancient culture, though. Literally, no, I'm not even joking. My mom will be like, "Oh my god, you're so fat. Go work out." And then, if I haven't eaten, my mom's like, "You're too skinny. You need to eat something." So it's like, no matter what, I cannot please my mom.
Yeah, 6 foot and 200 doesn't sound bad at all. That doesn't sound like he needs to like work on his beach body. He can just like exist.
Yeah. So like, I'm almost 200 pounds, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm 5'8". I'm like, what? 160.
I get real annoyed in general by like people say something and you respond and they don't let it go. Like, I definitely have a chip on my shoulder about that, but in general, people need to fucking respect each other's autonomy better. And I'm probably guilty of that sometimes too. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but like, if someone gives you a response, you don't need to keep harping on them or change their mind or continue to impose your own will. You need to let it go. But it sounds like we're all in complete agreement about this one.
Yeah, no, she's an asshole. He needs to dump her. He needs to go on vacation with the kids and without her. Leave her behind.
You need to fast forward. Well, I was rewind is what I meant to say, but no, never mind. That's the whole other thing I don't want to get into. I'm sure he loves his kids. It's too bad that he had him with a nasty lady.
Yeah.
5'8", male average weight is 139 to 169. You're fine. Yeah. I think we are gonna call it there though, guys. I had a lot of fun. I think this was a great success. So thank you for hanging and stuff, Shiro, even though you're a tired little bear.
Yeah, I had fun. I think this is probably like the longest conversation I had with you in a voice call.
Yeah, probably. Somewhere around there. And thank you, all of you guys in chat, especially the Kumas, for coming over here. It was lovely.
We coomed all over his room.
Yeah, thanks for cooming over me, guys. It was nice to get to chat with you guys and get your opinions on stuff. We will do a food stream at some point. I'm gonna make that happen.
Am I gonna be on it?
Yeah, no, specifically with you.
Oh my god.
You and I need to talk about food. And then I also really like Lacey's idea of like kind of a round robin cooking thing.
Oh, what? How does that work?
Well, what she said is like, like we do a cooking stream, but like we supply recipes to each other, either randomly or like just in a circle or something.
Guys, I'm gonna make Joe make balut.
Make what?
Balut.
I don't know what that is.
It's a baby duck and an egg.
Oh, I don't want to eat a baby duck.
Oh no, you're gonna enjoy it.
Well, I feel like if we're gonna do that, there obviously has to be restrictions because we can't make
pussy.
No.
Pussy,
We can't make someone eat something that like they're allergic to or like
you're not allergic
opposed
to balut.
We'll talk about it, but I think it's a very good idea in general and would make for a really good stream.
Maybe, possibly.
I'm gonna get a raid queued up. We're gonna go say hi to Senna Daze, who is playing Genshin Impact.
Genshin, huh?
Yeah.
Impact. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I don't know what's going on Wednesday. I'll probably do something. And then Friday is going to be Final Fantasy 16. So that'll be cool. But I'd also like to do more activity streams in the future. I'm trying to make that happen more and more. So I hope that you guys will continue to hang and support me and all that good stuff. And if you're not already a part of my Discord, you can skitter on in there and talk about stuff with me and Shiro and other friends and look at memes and all
over
that
here
good
too,
stuff. Guys, I have so many good places for you to coom.
Like his butt.
I don't have a channel called My Butt, but I could have a channel called My Butt.
Yes, and we're gonna coom in there.
That's kind of a fun idea, honestly. Like, that's stupid, but in a good way. Like, just have a channel called My Butt, and then people put all kinds of weird stuff in there.
Yeah, people put stuff in your butt. The weird stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that'll happen. I don't know. I will see you guys over in Senna's, though. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.